Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Ninja Useless. I am Mangekyō Susanata Buddha. Chapter 1. Luocheng Number 1 Middle School, Grade 3, 1 Class. Although I have always said, combat professions with well-developed skills are the best. But even if you finally awaken to a career in life, and the worst-case scenario is that you haven't developed any skills at all, don't be discouraged. As my students, I also hope that you can use the knowledge you have learned, strive to develop new skills for your career, and contribute to the country and society. Forget it, don't talk nonsense. As long as one of you develops a skill, even if it has no combat use, and sells the skill to the Chamber of Commerce, you will continue to receive a share in the future, and you will have food and clothing for the rest of your life. The desire of some of you to do nothing and play a certain god every day can be realized immediately, and 648 has withstood the impact. Enough is enough. What I say is absolutely true. After all, the money transferred to my card every month cannot be deceived by anyone. Lee Ryan, the head teacher who looked very much like the chartered wife, was talking non-stop on the podium. Yu Fan sat drowsily under the stage, but couldn't fall asleep at all. Lee Ryan's voice was very, very loud, like the loudspeaker of an open-air concert. It was definitely not a sound that a normal person could make. This abnormally loud voice is because Lee Ryan activated his professional skill when speaking. Amplification. According to the skill level, his voice can be amplified exponentially, up to 10 times. Lee Ryan's occupation is sound lawyer. It turns out that this is the lowest level of life occupation with no skills developed at all. The current amplification skill that can be learned at level 15 is an original skill developed by Lee Ryan after he understood the characteristics of the profession. Relying on this skill, Lee Ryan can be said to have gained both fame and fortune. If you add the amplification skill to the guild, there will be a steady stream of sound lawyer professionals who spend money to learn this skill. Although the effect of the skill is useless, it just makes one's voice louder, it still sells very well because it is the first skill of this profession. The sound lawyers saw that most of the people around them could release skills, but none of their seniors in this broken profession had developed even a single skill. They had long been hungry about releasing skills and wanted to try it. What does it feel like? So no matter what useless skill comes out, most of them will pay for it. What's more, voice amplification is not completely useless. When encountering people who think whoever has a louder voice is justified, the role of this skill becomes apparent. In this world where professionals and skills are respected, skill developers are respected as pioneers and will be respected by the whole society. Even if the skill you develop is of no use, it will not affect it at all. Previously, a magician professional developed a skill pointing a mouse as a neck. This skill can transform a mouse head into a duck neck. Although this skill is more inexplicable than Lee Ryan's amplification skill, this magician is still respected by the majority of netizens. This is the transcendent status of the pioneer. As the most proud thing in his life, Lee Ryan began to talk about his journey of developing amplification on the podium. Few students in the class were listening to her anymore. They had heard Lee Ryan say this dozens of times and were really not interested in hearing it again. Besides, the profession is about to awaken. Who doesn't want to awaken a highly developed combat profession? Even if you want to develop it yourself, you should develop a few ultimate moves above level 35 on the basis of your predecessors, instead of developing a useless skill at level 15 or 20. On the podium, Lee Ryan talked about herself, while the students below slept when they should sleep and chatted when they should. After all, it is normal for teachers and students to live in different ways. Hey, have you heard? Master Ma Baoguo released a new fighter skill yesterday. Quote. What? This is the fourth skill, isn't it? Master Ma Baoguo is too talented. How do you say that? If God had not given birth to me, Ma Baoguo, fighting would last forever. What level do you think this skill is this time? Level 35. Low, level 40 great skill. It's smaller, the layout is smaller. Level 45 ultimate move. Oh my god, doesn't the fighter have two level 45 ultimate moves? The fighter profession is about to rise. What is the name of the new skill? Quote. Let me think about it. It seems to be called 5 lightning whips. Lightning 5 continuous whips. As you can tell from the name, it is extremely powerful. Compared to the Berserker's collapse of mountains and ground slash, it is no less powerful. What is its specific effect? Quote, it is said that the fighting spirit is wrapped around the limbs to form a powerful fighting spirit whip, and then the technique of receiving hair is used to quickly swing 5 whips towards the target area with lightning speed. The power of the 5 whips will be superimposed layer by layer, one wave higher than the other, causing a devastating blow to the target area in an instant. Quote, holy shit, that's awesome. I have decided that if I can awaken the fighter profession, I will follow Master Baoguo's Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi style. The classmate is confused. It's really good, but I still want to awaken the ghost swordsman profession more. Quote, isn't this nonsense? I think so too. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom thinks that it is a profession that already has the second awakening skill. Although Master Ma Baoguo is awesome, he is still far behind Master Sword God. Let's just say that Master Sword God's move, Ultimate Ghost Sword Technique, can actually control 24 swords at the same time. It is simply invincible. If I can see it with my own eyes once in my life, I will have no regrets in my life. Hey, how do you think Master Sword God understood these skills? How could I know that? Listening to the excited chatter of the students next to him, Yu Fan, who was sitting in the last row, was equally excited and looked forward to the job transfer ceremony that was about to begin. He is actually a time traveler, and it has been 2.5 years since he came to this world from Blue Star. He traveled to this world after playing a game called Dungeon and Baby Bus at night. To be honest, he actually regretted it very much. If he had known what kind of game he was playing and what kind of world he would travel to, then there would be no way he would have chosen this kind of game to defeat monsters and upgrade. Since I am about to travel back in time, I will choose green and fresh games like Sylvie, Succubus Coffee, Umamaro, and so on. There is no hitting and killing, only which may be a beautiful thing. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. He has come to this world where games and reality merge. There are secret realms, copies, and monsters everywhere. There is neither Sylvie nor a cafe, everything has to be based on strength. If you don't have the strength, don't say, aha, because you can't even eat enough, and if you don't have enough food, you still have to be, aha, by the weird uncle. After all, you are so handsome. If he wants to survive in this world, he must constantly hunt monsters, clear dungeons, gain experience upgrades, and obtain various equipment to strengthen himself, so as not to die in monster siege battles. The first step is to awaken a useful profession. This world is very real. Not all professions are born with their own skills. You can learn this rough setting after breaking through. Each profession does not have any skills at the beginning. It takes generations of people to develop and comprehend various skills and increase the skill tree of this profession. And if you want to be an adventurer who hunts monsters, your career will require at least 6 or more skills, and preferably most of them are combat skills. With the efforts of generations, there are actually quite a few professions that can be called combat, but compared with the huge base of all professions, they are still very few. Most of the professions in life cannot be fought. Even if a combat profession is awakened, it may be a barren profession that is completely undeveloped and has few skills. Or the skills are monopolized by families and are not made public. If you want to obtain skills, you have to work as a dog for these families. Therefore, even in Yu Fan's class, if one of the 5 people can have a useful combat profession, it would be good. The noise outside was getting louder and louder, and the senior students from number 2 and No. 3 middle school had already arrived at the playground. The atmosphere in the class became increasingly tense. After a few minutes, the horn sounded. Please all senior high school students who have reached level 15 and are preparing to transfer to the playground to assemble. At this moment, the Tiandao Divine Stone that had been dormant for a year in the middle of the playground has been reactivated. 3 handsome old men stood in the air, standing directly above the Heavenly Dao Divine Stone. They are the principals of the 3 major high schools. Wang Xing, the principal of the number 1 middle school, level 49, Ghost Swordsman, and second level, Berserker, is only 1 step away from his first awakening. Li Chudao, the principal of No. 2 middle school, level 46, magician, and second level, dimension walker. No one in this branch has yet understood the awakening skill. If Li Chudao doesn't understand and develop it himself, he will never be able to reach level 50. Other schools of magicians are in the hands of the United States. Unless you become a citizen of the United States and work as a dog for the United States, you will not be able to learn them. Taking the path of Dimension Walker is also a no-win solution. But it's not entirely without benefits. The magicians in the Dimension Walker path come with beautiful girl wives. Are there other paths? Just for this reason, real men can choose the Dimension Walker genre without any thought. Chu Deji, the principal of the number 3 middle school, is level 45, light job, second turn, blue fist holy envoy. It is said that when fighting seriously, he can punch hundreds of punches per second, which is a way to play combos. All paths of the light worker are unique to the Bear Kingdom, but the Bear Kingdom has good relations with the Dragon Kingdom, and all paths except the Light Knight branch are open to the Dragon Kingdom. The main reason why the 5 major countries are the 5 major countries is that these countries have mastered a level 70, second awakening, path, that is, starting from the job transfer at level 15 until level 70, there are combat skills that can be learned every 5 levels. These 5 professional upgrade paths are the 5 most well-developed among all combat professions in the world. They are the guarantee of the status of the 5 major countries. The supreme power who has completed the second awakening stabilizes the status of the country like a needle in the sea. Unless absolutely necessary, the 5 major countries will never let people from other countries take these 5 paths. There is a second transfer path, and generally other branches of this profession will also be vigorously developed. Therefore, it is known internationally as the Dragon Kingdom Sword, the American Law, the Enamel Gun, the Sound Shield, and the Woolly Bear Milk. To put it simply, the swordsmen of the Dragon Kingdom are the strongest, the mages of the United States are the strongest, the magic spearmen of the FA Kingdom are the strongest, the guardians of the Sound Kingdom are the strongest, and the nannies of the Mao Shang country are the strongest. Well, Mao Shang, the little girl's breasts are not too small. On the playground, each of these 3 principals is a strong man who can stand alone. Now they are gathered here, and they are full of coercion. The students standing on the playground were a little trembling. Let's start. Following Wang Xingda's order, 1 person from each of the first, second, and third schools walked out and placed their hands on the heavenly stone. After a few breaths, 3 rays of light fell on them, 1 blue and 2 white. The blue color falls on the petite girl from No. 2 middle school, which represents a pretty good combat profession. 2 white colors represent life and career. Succeeded. I changed my profession to an archer. I changed my profession to a warrior. I succeeded. The petite girl went crazy like Fan Jin won the exam. The 2 boys from No. 2 middle school and No. 3 middle school looked ashen and their eyes seemed to have lost their light. Their head teacher came up, comforted him a few words, and took them down. The transfer ceremony continues, and the following students are not as lucky as the girls in the first round. Only a few can switch to combat professions, most of them are life-related professions, and there are even many barren professions, that is, professions without any skills. These people may not be able to experience what it feels like to release skills for the rest of their lives. The 3 principals frowned more and more. Old Li, our situation is not good this year. Let alone ghost swordsman, there are not even a few combat professions. Chu Deji, the principal of No. 3 middle school, looked worried. Well, it's indeed a bit worse, but we haven't reached the first class yet. The really interesting things have to wait until the first class. There are a few in the first class that look pretty good. Li Chudao said helplessly. Yes, Wang Xing nodded. There are several in class 1 and 1 of middle school. I heard that there is a girl whose parents are both ghost swordsmen, right? Quote. Well, Bai Xiaoxiao, the girl with the very fair skin holding the sword below is her. Did you see the 2 boys next to him? One is named Yufan and the other is named Yukun. These 2 are also very good. Yukun, hiss, isn't that the son of the current leader of the Kun boxer, sect of the second level, fighter, profession? Quote. Well, that's him. Job changes are proceeding rapidly, and those who have transferred out of their living professions have already left. There were only a few hundred people left in the playground that originally had 7,000 to 8,000 people. The most important class of the three schools is finally beginning to awaken. Suddenly, a dazzling red light flew out from the heavenly stone. This red light shot straight into the sky, scattered the clouds in the sky, and then turned into a red flame dragon. Even looking at it from a distance, you can feel the fiery aura. What's going on? Wang Yanyan from No. 2 Middle School has awakened the hidden profession, Dragon Flame Mage. Quote, hidden profession. How is the development level? If it is not developed, it will be of no use. Everyone understands the principle that predecessors plant trees, and future generations enjoy the shade, but if it is not helpless, who doesn't want to directly enjoy the shade? You don't even know this. The Dragon Flame Mage is known as the ultimate fire, the first fire in the Dragon Kingdom. He has developed the first awakening profession and is one of the strongest paths among the 5 major paths. Quote, oh my god, she's so awesome. This girl has a bright future. For a time, all the students and teachers were envious. Wang Yanyan is a tall girl with a high ponytail. She wears a short skirt and her long legs are exposed. She came down like a proud peacock. Next, combat occupations appeared one after another in No. 2 Middle School and No. 3 Middle School, while more than a dozen in No. 1 Middle School were life occupations. Wang Xingda's face was a little confused. It wasn't until Bai Xiaoxiao went up and successfully awakened the Ghost Swordsman that he started to smile. Ghost Swordsman is the second path to the Dragon Kingdom. It is the face of the Dragon Kingdom. Having one is a great thing. Even Li Chudao and Chu Deji were smiling. The more high-level experts like them understand the importance of Ghost Swordsman to the Dragon Kingdom. The current international situation is so tense. The 5 major countries seem to be calm, but in fact there are undercurrents. Each country wants to take the lead in cultivating a second strong person with second awakening and lead the world. And among the 5 major countries, everyone wants to develop their own path to second awakening and become a new major nation. No one is safe. In this situation, the Dragon Kingdom must have a large number of Ghost Swordsmen, professionals and a second Sword God appear as soon as possible in order not to fall behind. Once it falls behind, it will be beaten. Besides, Bai Xiaoxiao's parents are both powerful professionals and they will definitely not be short of money. Bai Xiaoxiao will definitely take the path of Sword Soul. There is no need for him to take the path of Berserker, because he has no money. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom wants to follow the path of the Sword God, but it makes sense to be rich in Sword Soul and poor in Berserker. Poor people want to follow the path of Sword Soul. A lightsaber will make you bankrupt, but the Berserker's great swords are much cheaper. The next person to go up after Bai Xiaoxiao was Yufan. Both Wang Xingda and Li Ryan value Yufan very much. Genetically, both Yufan's parents are strong professionals. In terms of grades, Yufan is even more impeccable. He passes every test with high scores and is undoubtedly the first in the school. Yufan calmed down and placed his hand on the Tiandao sacred stone. A few breaths later, a strong black light burst out from the Tiandao divine stone. Another hidden profession. The black one, what kind of hidden profession could it be? Dark Summoner, Black Mage. Black people are not easy to mess with. I remember that the boss of an international criminal gang seemed to have the profession of Dark Wizard. He only relied on the few skills he developed to control the group of desperados. Yes, it's simply terrifying. Quote, as expected of Yufan, the momentum is even greater than that of Wang Yanyan just now. Quote. Amidst everyone's busy chatter, Yufan's divine light finally stabilized. It was a shuriken that covered the sky and the sun. The playground was deathly silent. Actually a ninja. Everyone knows that ninja must be a powerful hidden profession, but it has not been well developed for so many years. The only country that has developed the ninja profession is the Neon country. They have mastered 8 ninja skills, namely 2 at level 15, 2 at level 20, 1 at level 25, 1 at level 30, 1 at level 35, and 1 at level 40. The highest skill is level 40. Even for the first 40 levels, the development is still incomplete. Nowadays, mainstream combat professions must have at least 12 skills in the first 40 levels. But that's not the worst. The worst thing is that the people of the Little Neon Kingdom have a mysterious toughness and regard the skills of ninja as more important than their own mothers. No matter how much international pressure is put on them, they just refuse to open up the skills of the ninja profession. So far, only 2 skills at level 15 have been opened, and the fees are extremely expensive. A mere level 15 skill costs 1.5 million currency. To be clear, we don't want other countries to learn from us. Their attitude is obviously to rely on the profession of ninja to improve their international status. It is even said that one day a second awakening will be developed and the 5 major countries will become 6 major nations. The wolf is ambitious and has big plans. Therefore, for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, ninja is an undeveloped and barren profession. Even if you want to learn the 2 skills leaked from Neon Kingdom, you still need 3 million Dragon Kingdom coins, and even if you pay this money, you can only stop there. Yufan was a little confused now. He opened his skill panel, and there was only a small skill tree on it, with a measly 8 skills hanging on it. And only the bottom 2 skills are on, which says, please come to the Neon Ninja Guild to learn skills. The 6 skills above are locked and cannot be learned without Neon's authorization. Wang Xing looked at Yufan and sighed deeply, his face full of regret. Yufan's talent is not bad, and there is no way he can go wrong with the Divine Stone of Heaven. There is no doubt about the potential of the ninja profession. It's just that this profession has yet to have a truly world-creating figure, just like the Lord Sword God of the Dragon Kingdom, who opened an avenue to the sky for all ghost swordsmen. Now, except for the last few people on the playground, the rest are students who have transferred to combat professions. It's such a shame that it's a ninja with such a big fanfare. Quote, alas, Yufan's talent is so wasted. In my opinion, the Lord Sword God should go to Little Neon and cast 10,000 swords, return to the clan once, bulldoze Little Neon directly, and then snatch their ninja skill Tiandao stone. Quote, well, although I didn't say it clearly, I have the support of the United States behind me. If the Master Sword God moves, the old dog of the Wind God of the United States will also move. Quote. Some people felt sorry for Yufan, while others started to get angry. Awesome, I even forgot about the black profession and the ninja profession of Little Neon. In fact, it doesn't matter. As long as you work as a dog for the Neon Kingdom for 10 years, you might be able to become an honorary Neon man. Quote, ha, I didn't expect that the profession mastered by Xiao Neon would be so popular when it awakened. It's a pity that such a powerful profession is taken by Xiao Neon. Otherwise, genius you can develop this profession yourself and give it to us. Dragon Kingdom will add a second awakening profession. Yes, the great genius Yufan can definitely hit Little Neon in the face. Ha. If one person develops a profession, his name will definitely go down in history. He is even more awesome than the Sword God. Quote. Of course, these words are somewhat meant to have fun. After all, everyone knows that career development is something that can only be achieved through the efforts of generations. Even a genius like the Dragon Kingdom's contemporary Sword God has only developed a level 65 army-breaking Shenglong Slash and a level 70 Sword God. It's just the awakening skill 10,000 swords return to the sect. Fighter, Ma Baoguo has only developed 4 small skills below level 50, and he is already called a genius. The difficulty of skill development can be seen in Madara. Developing a career by one person is tantamount to wishful thinking. And a profession without skills is like a soldier who goes to the battlefield without a gun. No matter how awesome you are, it's useless. It has been detected that the host has changed his job to a ninja, the ninja template is loading, and the custom mall is being built. Yufan, who was in a dazed state, suddenly heard a mechanical sound in his ears. He was stunned for a moment, and then he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. 2.5 years, a full 2.5 years, system, do you know how I spent these 2.5 years? The template character is selected, and the Uchiha Madara template is loaded. The mall is successfully built and all Hokage props have been collected. As these 2 system prompts sounded, on the skill panel that Yufan opened, next to the short skill tree that Xiao Neon regarded as more important than his own mother, an extremely huge skill tree stood proudly. Yufan casually glanced at the skill tree and was shocked and speechless. Level 15 skills. Sharingan eye-opening can be upgraded. Fire style Great Fireball 3 body technique. Level 20 skills. Fire style Dust Hide summoning technique Uchiha Madara Taijutsu Grandmaster. Level 25 skills. Fire style High Fire Extinguishment Uchiha Rebound. Level 50 awakening skill. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan complete Susanoo awesome equipment Susanoo. Level 70 second awakening. Sage Art Wood Style. Level 75 skills. Wood Style Wood Dragon Technique Wood Style Birth of the Flower and Tree World. Level 93rd awakening. Rinnegan Opens Eyes. Level 95 skills. Planetary Devastation Tengai Shinsei Wheel Tomb Border Prison. What the hell is this? Open Sharingan at level 15. Am I level 15 now? In other words, I can now open Sharingan and use Great Fireball. Look at the level 15 skill of Little Neon's short and weak skill tree next to it, Fire Breathing. Ha ha ha, what kind of mentally retarded skill is this? Charmander's Flame Spray, right. Just this 1.5 million Dragon National Coins. Dogs don't even learn. You learn Fire Style Fire Extinguishing at level 25. I remember Madara used this move to force the Ninja Alliance to collectively release Water Style Water Barrier to block it. You want me to learn this skill at level 25? And this awakening skill, Mighty Armor Susan. Hiss, didn't this require Susan to trap 9 tails? There should be no 9 tails in this world. However, I heard that there is a profession called Dragon Knight in Yingguo, which can summon giant dragons to fight. When the strength becomes stronger in the future, I will go to Lao Ying to grab 2 dragons and use them, so I can make do with them. Further down, what the hell is planetary devastation? Why don't you just destroy Luo City this time? It's really outrageous. There are actually 3 awakenings. Isn't it said that the most powerful person in the world is only the second awakening? What the hell are these 3 awakening skills? Rinnegan. Couldn't I use Infinite Tsukuyomi to directly rule the world, and then inherit Cao's thief's ambition and Wei Wu's legacy? No, an upright person like me would never do such a thing, unless I couldn't help it. Ninjas of the Dragon Kingdom, times have changed. After all, I have so many skills, do I still need to develop them? No, this was developed by me. Yufan nodded with firm eyes. Don't ask how it was developed, just ask, intelligence plus hard work. At that time, you can also find a few younger ninjas to learn from the Akatsuki organization, and play cosplay to let the American people feel the pain. How much can a bag of rice resist? How many floors do I want to fight against? Ha ha ha. Looking at the majestic and thick skill tree in front of him like Mr. Reader, Yufan laughed out loud. Yufan, what is he laughing at? Are you crazy? Oh my god. Oh, I would be crazy if I changed my job to a ninja. Quote. This feeling of being both a genius and a waste is not something that ordinary people can experience. Wang Xing sighed and comforted. It doesn't matter. After all, ninja is a hidden profession with great potential. Maybe Neon Country will open up their paths after a while. In the end, Wang Xing himself felt a little guilty. Neon Country's mouth was tougher than that person, and he didn't let go after so many years. It is more practical to expect them to relent than to expect the blue star to explode. Yufan was anxious to think carefully about his big treasure, Sharingan, so he nodded and hurriedly walked off the job transfer table. He needs to figure out how to upgrade Sharingan first. If he really kills his relatives like in Hokage, it will be difficult. After all, he only has one sister left, and he is not a biological one yet. Wang Xing could only shake his head when he saw Yufan like this. Under the duty transfer stage, a large group of people were surrounding Yu-kun. Yu-kun was talking with something in his hand. My gloves, Ice Phoenix Claws, or level 15 heritage gloves. Do you understand the inheritance level? It means that the attributes can be improved as the user's level increases. Even if it is used until level 25, it is still stronger than ordinary blue advanced equipment. The most important thing is that it also has its own attribute attack. Every punch I make with this glove has its own ice attribute attack. It actually has its own ice attribute attack. I heard from my dad that the built-in attribute attack is a very powerful attribute. If you want to forcibly enchant equipment without attribute attack with attribute attack, it will cost millions of Dragon Country coins. Wow, I envy you so much. I don't even know if I can afford high-end weapons. Quote. Hearing envious voices from the people around him, Yu-kun nodded. This glove has been passed down from generation to generation in my family. My father learned the Phoenix Hand, level 30 skill of Kun Boxer, while wearing it. I must also learn new skills while using this glove. Contribute to our family's Kunquan style. Quote. Yu-kun was in the mood to brag when he suddenly saw Yu-fan passing by. Yu-fan, what do you think of my gloves? Yu-fan was feeling so good when he was suddenly stopped and felt a little unhappy. He glanced at Yu-kun and the blue gloves in his hands, and laughed so hard. If you want to show off, you can show off. What do you think of my gloves? I say they are garbage. Do you agree? Do you think that after I awakened as a ninja, I will hold your chicken feet? Yu-fan kept walking and said calmly, it's not bad. Yu-kun's smile froze slightly, and his face looked a little ugly. In the past, it would have been fine if Yu-fan didn't give him face. Now he is a powerful fighter, with Yu-kun, and behind him is his own disciple, Kun Boxer. If nothing happens, he is very likely to become a level 50 awakened powerhouse in the future. Yu-fan is so disrespectful, he is a bit ignorant. I said, Yu-fan, why are you in such a hurry? Do you plan to go back and ask your sister for money to learn skills? After Yu-kun finished speaking, a loser next to him saw that the opportunity to show off had come and quickly added. Perhaps Genius Yu will go back to develop ninja skills. Ha ha ha. Quote. Yu-fan found it a bit funny and said calmly, yes. Seeing Yu-fan's attitude, the loser was very angry. Yeah, right. It's really the old man who entered the toilet, just opened his mouth. Yu-fan opened his skill panel and focused on the skills that could be learned. Are you sure you want to learn the skills Sharingan, Fire Style, Great Fireball, and 3 Body Technique? Sure, 3 skills are not too many. Some professions have many developers. There are a lot of skills to learn at level 15. But skills depend not only on quantity, but also on quality. The moment Yu-fan decided to learn, a huge amount of information poured into Yu-fan's mind, making him feel dizzy. Then he opened his character attribute panel and saw that these 3 skills had appeared in his character skills. Name, Yu-fan. Level, 15. Occupation, Ninja. Skill, Sharingan, Single Magatama, a powerful pupil-type blood relay. Currently, it can greatly enhance the user's insight. It can see through various enemy skills. After upgrading, you can obtain a copy of the skill, use pupil illusion, and summon the power of Susanoo. Current pupil power. 1. Pupil power required to upgrade to double Magatama. 100. Method of obtaining pupil power. Kill creatures in sight. Obtain life power. Improve pupil power. The higher the life level, the more life power obtained, the more power you have. Fire Style Great Fireball. This is a skill that converts the chakra created in the body into flames, and spits out a huge great fireball forward. The attack range will change according to the amount of chakra, and the spitted fireball will instantly surround the caster. It is a magical object and will leave holes in the ground. 3 Body Technique. Clone Technique, Transformation Technique, and Body Replacement Technique. Looking at the descriptions of these 3 skills, Yu-fan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sharingan's upgrade was only about killing monsters. It would be difficult to kill a relative. He only has one elder sister. Not to mention that it is impossible for him to do it. Even if he could be cruel enough, it would not be enough. Soon, after Yu-fan had just studied his skills, the transfer of all students was completed. After Yu-fan, several good combat professions were released, and there were actually 2 ghost swordsmen among them. It was such an unexpected surprise that the principals couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Some are happy and some are sad. Students who plan to take the college entrance examination in 1 month's time, remember to go to the Grand Forest dungeon area in advance to collect goblin bone, broken bones, cat demon nails, and other materials to exchange for college entrance examination tickets. When the time comes, you will be able to take the entrance exam with your admission ticket and student ID. During the exam, in addition to our 3 high schools in the southern half of the city, there will also be students from the northern half of the city. Remember not to conflict with students from other schools. Also remember not to underestimate these dungeons. It is recommended that you form a team to fight. If the economy allows, you can find high-level material hunters to ensure safety. If you are injured in the dungeon, it will definitely affect your performance 1 month later. The college entrance examination is not worth the gain. The 3 principals began to give final reminders before leaving. The next month will be crucial. Needless to say, clearing the dungeon in the Grand Forest area and redeeming the college entrance examination tickets. But being able to take exams is not enough. A university is not a zoo that you can enter with a ticket. Those who want to go to college must seize this month to level up, learn skills, increase skill proficiency, buy equipment everywhere, strengthen equipment, enchant equipment, and improve their combat effectiveness at all costs. In order to get high scores in the college entrance examination and go to a good university. The people who are most troubled are those who have awakened to combat professions, but their professions have not been developed much, and their skills are not systematic at all. Should I spend a lot of money to find someone to help me upgrade and take the college entrance examination, or should I just give up and become an ordinary person? Although their hearts are definitely still leaning toward the former, they all know that even if they successfully go to college in their careers, they may not achieve much. It is absolutely impossible to have skills that are not systematic. The strong are always the same, and the novices are always the same. 8-gate refers to those people whose skills are not systematic. And spending money to find someone to carry out the upgrade is also a huge financial challenge for ordinary families. Of course, these entanglements have nothing to do with Yufan. Yufan just wanted to test the power of these 3 skills first, then go home to eat and sleep, and then go straight to the Grand Forest early the next morning and start killing monsters like crazy to improve his pupil power. Sharingan will definitely be one of his biggest supports in the future. It is a top priority to quickly improve Sharingan's pupil power and open the 2nd Magatama, 3rd Magatama, and even Mangekyō. Moreover, Yufan is also curious about how Sharingan's copying ability works. Could it be possible to directly copy other people's skills? After leaving the school gate, Yufan hailed a taxi and went straight to the nearest piling hall. In this world dominated by various skills, many people acquire new skills every day, so the piling hall for testing skill damage is very popular. Today is the day for senior high school students to change careers. There may be hundreds of people testing their skills in one night, so today these venues will only be open to grade 15 students, which is very user-friendly. There are not many people at the entrance of the piling hall yet. They are either still hesitant or are going to learn skills. It will take a while before there will be more people. In fact, learning skills is like downloading an app on your mobile phone. When you open the skills panel, you can see all the skills of this profession that have been released on the Tiandao Divine Stone. As long as they appear on the skills panel, it means that the developers of these skills are willing to disclose these skills, and the price or conditions are usually written directly, and where they need to learn is stated. Generally, the more mainstream the awakened profession is, the fewer conditions it requires. For example, for the swordsman profession, you only need to register at the swordsman temple, and you can learn skills of various schools for free, which is equivalent to a public enterprise. As for fighter, archer, dark messenger, these mainstream professions, you need to go to the corresponding guild to learn. The price is generally not too expensive, and it is equivalent to a public-private partnership. Then there are the various hidden professions, many of which are owned by the family. Whether someone is willing to let you take their own path and what price you have to pay depends on their mood. This is a family business. Finally, there are complex skills that are completely unsystematic. These skills are usually sold by individuals in the Chamber of Commerce. How much they sell depends on his mood and whether the Chamber of Commerce is black or not. This is how Yufan's class teacher Lee Ryan sells his skills, which is equivalent to a private enterprise. After changing careers, it is sometimes very confusing to choose which path to take. Not to mention that the profession some people switch to is very special, and they are unwilling to pass on their skills to others. They didn't upload it to the Tiandao Divine Stone at all, or they just wanted their own people to learn from it. Although they uploaded the Tiandao Divine Stone, it was locked, just like the Neon Kingdom. If you want to obtain these hidden or locked skills, it will be even more difficult. Yufan quickly walked into the piling hall. He wanted to quickly familiarize himself with the skills while others were learning them, so as not to be in a hurry when entering the dungeon tomorrow. Hey, here it comes, the first one this year. He came very quickly. I don't know what career this young man has changed to. Looking at his unhesitating look, he should be in a mainstream profession. It's easier to choose, so he came quickly. Wow, is this the swordsman profession? Probably not, he doesn't have a sword in his hand. Quote. As soon as Yufan entered the hall, he immediately attracted the attention of the adventurers in the hall. The piling hall is not open to them today, but these people are not here to test their skills. They are here just to watch the fun. For them, this is the annual Newcomer Review Conference. On the one hand, they can know for the first time what newcomers are worth looking forward to in Los Angeles this year. On the other hand, they can also comment and show off their seniors, is a happy thing. The people of Longguo love to eat melons and join in the fun, which will never change. In the center of the hall, a projection screen hangs there, showing various rankings of freshmen over the years, and even the names of some celebrities can be seen on it. For example, Ma Baoguo's name is ranked second on the 10-second pile driving damage list of fighter. People from the Dragon Kingdom like to rank various things. I wonder if any freshman can make the list this time. Haha, it's difficult. This list was compiled by the geniuses of our Los Angeles city over the years. Someone in the hall was discussing the list with great interest. Yufan went to the front desk girl who best suited his aesthetics. Little classmate, what piling room do you want to use? The front desk lady asked sweetly. Yufan touched his chin. Now he only has 3 skills, 1 Tomo Sharingan, Great Fireball and 3 Body Technique. Neither 1 Tomo Sharingan nor 3 Body Technique or attack skills. I want the fire attribute to attack the piling room. How long will it take? Just 10 minutes will do. Okay, 1,000 dragon coins. Holy shit, it's so expensive. Yufan suddenly felt like he was buying ice cream in the supermarket and met an ice cream assassin. Yeah, okay, I'll pay cash. Please go to the room with the red door on the far west side. Taking the 10 Dragon Kingdom coins handed over by Yufan, the receptionist pointed to a red door in the northwest corner. Looking at the direction Yufan was walking, the melon eaters began to discuss. Oh, that's good. It actually has fire-type attacks, okay. Fire attribute attack, could it be a fire magician? It doesn't look like it. People who change careers and become magicians usually rush to buy a wand first. A plump and bumpy female magician said. How much damage do you think he can do? I guess 1 or 2,000, 3,000 is enough. I think this guy is quite powerful. He might be able to hit 3,000. Quote. Piling indoors, Yufan looked around. The walls, ceiling and floor of the entire room were made of an off-white material, which must be fire-resistant. Being in a room surrounded by the same color, there is an unconscious feeling of emptiness. Just when Yufan was getting used to the room, a gap slowly opened in the ground in front of Yufan, and a 2-meter-tall silver-white robot rose from the ground. The piling room has entered a fully sealed state, and the formation has been activated. Please test this selection mode, Mode 1, Piling Mode, Mode 2, Sparring Mode. The so-called pile driving mode means that the humanoid robot stands still and plows you, so that you can test your peak output. The sparring mode is, the humanoid robot will also attack you point and point. You have to dodge the attack while attacking it, which can better simulate the actual situation in the copy. It is impossible for the monsters in the dungeon to stand still and fight you. I choose Mode 1, Yufan said softly, giving it a try first. The damage calculation will start in 10 seconds. Please make final adjustments to the tester. 10, 9, 8. Hearing the timer, Yufan thought and activated the skill Fire Style Great Fireball. He suddenly became self-taught, the seals in his hands changed, and then he took a deep breath. The moment he inhaled, a hot breath instantly filled his entire chest. It was hot but not unbearable. After taking a deep breath, the temperature in the chest began to rise sharply. 4-3. The countdown hasn't ended yet, and the damage hasn't started to be calculated yet, but Yufan has already breathed into the end and can't bear it any longer. Yufan's eyes widened, Mad, if you don't spit it out, it will explode. Regardless of the countdown, Yufan suddenly exhaled the breath he had taken in. For just a moment, there was only fiery red color left in the field of vision. Yufan underestimated the power of Madara's great fireball. The room was still too small. The flames rushed to the far end, hit the wall, and then rushed back. Yufan had no time to dodge. I'm sorry. Come to test your skills and get a free perm. What's hot, you ask? Purely natural high-temperature ion perm, it also has a paste smell. Which of you wants to be permed? I'll shoot a great fireball at your head, for free. Yufan smoothed his hair behind his head with both hands, but his hair was as unruly as himself and remained in a burnt state. Taking a deep breath, Yufan activated his skills again. This time he was smarter and took a small breath before blowing it out at the robot. A great fireball with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters surrounds the robot. There were only 5 seconds left in the countdown, and Yufan could easily hold on until the end. After all, men want to last. The flames licked the robot's fire retardant reinforced skin, and on a monitor behind him, the numbers representing damage were beating crazily. 2,000, 3,005, 5,000. The damage is very stable, increasing at a rate of 1,500 per second. When the countdown ends, the damage stops at 9,180. 10-second pile driving test, the final score is 9,180. A mechanical sound reporting the score sounded on the speaker in the testing room. As soon as I released it with all my strength, I hit 2,000 in an instant. In the next 5 seconds, I burned 1,005 per second. Yufan nodded. This damage was really explosive. It was worthy of Madara's great fireball. You must know that this damage value is the result of him not outputting for 5 seconds, and because the room is too small, he can't use his full strength at all. If you let go and use the great fireball, you can do at least 30,000 more damage in 10 seconds. According to the content in the textbook, in the dungeon that I am going to fight tomorrow, the blood volume of the monster goblins in it is only a few hundred points, not to mention that their defense is definitely not as good as this robot that has been specially enhanced with fire resistance. In the Grand Forest area, even if it is a nightmare-level dungeon, the boss's HP is only over 30,000 at most, and it can be killed instantly with just one strike. One shot into the soul. But, Yufan touched his chin. The great fireball can only deal such damage by continuously outputting it. The boss will not just stand still and let me shoot it full. Switch to sparring mode, Yufan said to the robot in front of him, which was a little burned by him. After hearing Yufan's words, the robot that had been standing dumbly started to move. Move your right leg back, put your fists on your chest, and assume a fairly standard fighting posture. The sparring session lasts 3 minutes, please be prepared. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Yufan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them, his pupils suddenly turned blood red, and a solitary black symbol like a comma appeared in his eyes. Holy shit. The moment he opened Sharingan, Yufan couldn't help but exclaimed. One Tomo Sharingan's ability is very single, it only has the function of insight. When looking at Hokage, Yufan even felt that the Sharingan was almost useless at this time. But the effect was far beyond Yufan's expectation. If I want to talk about the feeling, it is clear, so clear. For example, a person with high myopia wears glasses, or the resolution of the video is adjusted from 480p to 4K. Humans are animals that rely more on vision. At this moment, Yufan seemed to have opened the new world. Every detail on the robot not far away, even the black marks that had just been burned by him, were displayed in front of his eyes. As Yufan sighed, the countdown had come to an end. The battle begins. The robot stomped the ground and attacked Yufan. To be honest, it was faster than expected. People always subconsciously think that big things will be slow, but this is not the case at all. Although animals such as brown bears and hippos look fat, their muscles are also very developed and can fully bear their own weight, and they can run much faster than ordinary people. If you underestimate them, you will pay a heavy price. If it were Yufan in the past, he might have been tired of dealing with this kind of speed. But it's different now. In front of these red eyes, the robot's movements have already been seen. The robot struck Yufan's head with a right fist. Yufan was well prepared. He stepped back to the left to avoid the attack, and then directly launched the great fireball. In the eyes of people who can really fight, fighting is actually a turn-based game. Once a person makes a move, he will inevitably leave a gap, and the opponent will seize this gap to counterattack. The more open the move is, the greater the gap will be left after the move is made. This is why the masters in martial arts movies always stare at each other and turn around before taking action, but do not take action. Because whoever strikes first will reveal his flaws first. Therefore, generally speaking, real fighting masters use small moves, short, flat and fast, to prevent their opponents from catching their own gaps. It can be seen that the robot used for testing is indeed specially used by students like them. Its big swing looks like a bluff, but it's actually very easy to dodge. Under the influence of inertia, after the punch failed, it inevitably opened the city gate, leaving the tester with an excellent opportunity to attack. Fire-style great fireball. The fireball enveloped the robot again, and the damage value on the display jumped crazily. This time, Yufan didn't use too much force. In just 1 second, he shot out an output of 2000. The robot stopped its moves and came forward again with the great fireball. This scene is really scary. Generally, whether it is a monster or a human, it is difficult to rush up against the flames in a fire. The most you can do is run away to avoid the attack. But the robot is a specially designed fire-setting robot, and it is programmed to always attack. Next, Yufan repeated the previous moves, first using Sharingan to avoid the robot's physical attack, and then launched the great fireball. Hide, shoot, it's very rhythmic. The most important thing for a man is not only durability, but also the ability to recover. He must be able to shoot continuously. Only in this way can you shoot your opponent to the point where he can't stop and want to die. What kind of tough guy is a man who can only fight for 1 round? Yufan didn't know whether other people's skills had a cooldown time or something like that. Anyway, he didn't feel that there was a time when he couldn't use them, and he didn't feel any consumption of mana. Fundamentally different professions consume different, when releasing skills. Some consume energy and blood, some consume mana, some consume fighting spirit, and some consume soul power. According to the setting in Hokage, chakra is a mixture of physical strength and energy. It sounds complicated, but to put it bluntly, you will be tired when chakra is gone. As long as you are not tired, there is still chakra. And now he doesn't feel tired at all. The 3 minutes ended quickly. Even the robot that had been specially treated with fire resistance was melted by Yufan's fire. Madara on the ground was dotted with unknown liquid. The damage on the monitor finally stopped at 61,300. More than 60,000. Yufan touched his nose. It's almost enough to kill the nightmare-level boss in the Grand Forest area twice, Lightning Gyno. In Dagulan Forest, the damage has obviously overflowed. I think I can easily conquer the nightmare-level dungeon of the entire Grand Forest by myself. With this output efficiency, it will definitely be very fast to clear the dungeon. Moreover, the upgrade speed before level 25 is relatively fast. It is estimated that it will be upgraded to level 25 soon. Then you can learn the super wide AoE skills Fire Style Dust Hide and Fire Style High Fire Extinguishment. When the time comes, just leave the dungeon and go to the back mountain where the monsters are densest, and set the mountain on fire. Crazy harvest the powerful wild monsters scattered outside, collect their life force, and improve the eye power. It is bound to open Mangekyō Sharingan before the college entrance examination. Give the strong men of this world a little, Susanoo, shock. Yufan made up his mind. But there is one thing we still need to check first. In this world, setting fire to mountains should not be illegal. Yufan walked out of the piling room talking to himself. Outside the piling room, on the monitor in the middle of the hall, the data representing Yufan's room was clearly displayed. 10 seconds of pile driving, 9,180, 3 minutes of sparring, 61,300. The adventurers who were watching were stunned at the result. How is this possible? The bald man who said before that Yufan couldn't even hit $3,000 almost dropped his jaw to the ground. You know, for so many years, the number 1 spot on the fire attribute damage list in Luo City has been occupied by Wang Yan, the leader of the Red Demon tribe in Luo City. It has not been shaken by anyone for more than 50 years. The Red Demon Clan is a very special race in the Dragon Kingdom. Their people are very sensitive to flames, and almost most of them will awaken to flame-related professions. The most famous profession among them is the Dragon Flame Mage, known as the #1 fire in the Dragon Kingdom. The skill development of this profession was completed by the Red Demon Clan. The holder of this record, Wang Yan, is a Dragon Flame Mage. He is now an awakened 5th level Archmage. But what makes adventurers unbelievable the most is not the fact that the record has been refreshed, but the magnitude of the refresh. The records Wang Yan set at that time were 10 seconds of piling, 5,132, 3 minutes of sparring, 24,103. This guy inside not only broke this record that no one had touched in 50 years, but also doubled it. The damage of pile driving is doubled in 10 seconds, and the damage is almost tripled in 3 minutes of sparring. What kind of monster is this? The #1 fire profession in the Dragon Kingdom can't even reach half of his level. At this moment, a huge question mark appeared in the minds of all the adventurers. What is this guy's profession? Is the position of the #1 fire profession in the Dragon Kingdom about to change? Could there be something wrong with the piling room? How is that possible? I used the fire piling room yesterday and it was no problem at all. Then, what's going on? Could it be that a new skill has appeared? Did he realize it himself? Before discussing skills, let's first find out what his profession is, right? What's the rush? We'll find out when he comes out and the rankings are updated. Quote. The door of the piling room. As soon as Yufan went out, he was stopped by a sweet-looking waiter. What's wrong? What's the matter? Yufan was nervous for a moment. Could it be that he found that the robot was a little burned by me and wanted to compensate me? That's right, classmate, you have broken the ranking of level 15 new fire attribute damage. Please fill in the information for the release of the ranking. The waiter smiled with a smile on his face. Oh, that's it. Yufan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't let me lose money, it doesn't matter, no need, I don't care about these false claims. Yufan waved his hand and was about to leave. Jokes, rankings, what's the use? As an old social worker whose mental age is close to 30 years old and has been trained by the 996 Fubao Society, Yufan knows very well that these rankings, outstanding employee certificates, badges, and souvenirs are all useless things, and they are all useless. My colleagues would poke my spine and say you are a conspicuous person. Don't go, little classmate. The first place will be rewarded with 100,000 dragon coins. Do you really not want it? The waitress was a little anxious. Yufan's footsteps paused momentarily. Holy shit, they actually gave me real money. 100,000. Too sloppy. Yufan turned his head awkwardly. Well, I thought about it for a while. Although I don't care about these false names, I feel that I have the responsibility and obligation to set an example for other students who switch to fire-related professions, so I can just fill it out. Quote. It's definitely not because of the 100,000 yuan. The waitress smiled awkwardly but politely. Taking the form handed over by the waiter, Yufan filled in, ninja, in the occupation column and, no. One high school, in the school column. Looking at the name column, he hesitated. Then right, call me Lord Madara. The waiter took the form, glanced at it, and nodded. The name was private, and it was not impossible to use a pseudonym. Anyway, as long as Yufan could write it down himself, it would be fine. Then she operated the instrument, and the data on the ranking list was refreshed. First place. Name, call me Madara. School, Los Angeles Nanchang Number 1 High School. Occupation, ninja. 10 seconds of piling. 9,180, 3 minutes of sparring, 61,300. As soon as the ranking list was refreshed, the adventurers below instantly exploded. What the hell? What the hell is a ninja? Isn't that little Neon's profession? There does seem to be a fire skill among the level 15 skills of the ninja profession. If I remember correctly, it seems to be called fire breathing. How is this possible? I've seen ninjas use fire breathing before. Let alone more than 9,000 output in 10 seconds, I don't think I can even produce 1,000. The fire breathing is not much better than a gas stove. Yes, Didn't Little Neon ask our Dragon Flame Mage from the Dragon Kingdom to help them deal with the Twisted Tree Spirits group? If their own fire skills are so strong, why don't they handle it themselves? Quote, is it possible that this little classmate has learned a new skill on his own? Holy shit, it's possible. Bring him over quickly and ask. He was so impatient that he couldn't help it anymore. Hey, where is the person? Why is the person missing? When they were shocked, Yufan had already taken the money and ran away. Not long after Yufan left, more and more people started to visit the piling hall. The students who have just transferred to another profession have already determined the path they will take in the future, learned skills, and some have even bought equipment. They can't wait to try their strength. Look, Wang Yan of the Red Demon Clan. I don't know who shouted loudly, and the adventurers' onlookers all turned their attention to a person at the entrance. That's a handsome old man. He was wearing an extremely coquettish purple magician's robe, and his white hair was meticulously combed, with a strand specially picked out in front of his forehead and hanging down by his face. Wang Yan was slightly taken aback. Here were all adventurers who were out there killing monsters in exchange for money. He was a little surprised that they would pay attention to him. There was also a tall girl wearing a short skirt beside him. It was Wang Yanyan from No. 2 Middle School. Yanyan, just go to the fire attribute attack testing room. He smiled and said to Wang Yanyan. After a pause, he continued, let's see if you can break the record set by your grandfather and me. This record has not been broken for more than 50 years. Well, Grandpa, I will definitely work hard. Wang Yanyan kaido firmly. She looked up at the monitor showing the leaderboard. First place, call me Master Madara. Grandpa, is this you? Wang Yanyan looked puzzled. Although her grandfather was sometimes very unruly, she had never heard him call himself Master Madara. Wang Yan frowned slightly, looked at the monitor, and was suddenly shocked. My record has actually been broken. Wang Yan suddenly realized that this was why these adventurers were looking at him. It looks like it was broken just now. Call me Master Madara. Master Madara. Haha, he is quite crazy, a bit like himself when he was young. It's from No. 1 Middle School. Yanyan, when you change jobs today, are there any names with the word Madara in the name of No. 1 Middle School? Wang Yanyan shook her head blankly. I have no impression. Wang Yan continued to look down, but the more he looked, the more frightened he became. Is your profession a ninja? How can this be? How could the fire-breathing skill of the ninja profession, which is like a joke, be better than the level 15 skill, Dragon Flame, of the Dragon Flame Mage? This man must have concealed his true occupation. This was Wang Yan's first reaction. Just as Wang Yan was about to express his opinion, his eyes suddenly became enlarged and his breathing became rapid. Because he saw the hurt part. Made, how many, how much? 60,000. Wang Yan was shocked and cursed. As the former record holder, he naturally knows that output in sparring mode is completely different from pile driving. Dodging attacks while outputting will greatly reduce the total output. If it was a 3-minute pile driving, I was confident that I could hit 40,000 to 50,000 at first. However, during the sparring situation, I tried many times and finally only hit 20,000. When a magician is approached, the output efficiency is greatly affected. This guy can actually produce 60,000 output under such circumstances. Isn't he a mage-type profession? But how can it be possible for someone who is not a legal profession to produce such a high output? What kind of monster is this? He can't really be a ninja, right? Wang Yan had no idea for a moment. Yanyan, let's go to the monitoring room to adjust the surveillance. We must find this kid and let him marry into our home. Wang Yanyan nodded. Oh, Grandpa. Wang Yanyan stamped her feet in shame. Grandpa, what are you talking about? No one knows this person, and maybe he is only powerful at level 15. Dragon Flame Mage's skills are very powerful when he levels up, and he will definitely be able to compete with him. Quote. In the monitoring room, Wang Yan and Wang Yanyan looked at the surveillance video from dozens of minutes ago. The video shows a boy with a spiky head, a thin build, and sharp eyes. Photographer, take a picture of him, take it home and arrange for someone to find this Madara. Quote. Wang Yan said to a man next to him whose profession is photographer. But this is actually all in vain. If there are any Hokage fans here, you will definitely be able to tell immediately that the boy in the video is Madara when he was a child. Yu Fan had just left school and had already used the transformation technique to become like this. Wang Yan searched according to this, but it was impossible to find it. Yu Fan happily returned home with the 100,000 dragon coins he got for free. 3 years ago, after Yu Fan's biological father and mother died in a monster siege, he had been living with Su Rao in a small duplex building near the outskirts of the city. It is close to the suburbs, and the housing prices are ridiculously low, making it very suitable for adventurers. Su Rao is a junior sister who graduated from the same university as Yu Fan's parents. Later they returned to Los Angeles and formed a team together by chance. But in fact, it was basically Yu Fan's parents who took her along. Later, Yu Fan's parents died, but they fought tooth and nail to save Su Rao. When Su Rao was sad, she took Yu Fan over, who was also sad, and regarded herself as her sister. Of course, the real Yu Fan died of grief 2.5 years ago. Yu Fan looked at the photo of the 4 of them placed beside the bed, and his original memory flashed through his mind. Dad, don't worry, I will raise your little junior sister. Yu Fan chuckled, picked up the photo and wiped it. The house was empty, it was still early, and Su Rao hadn't come back from the wild yet. Yu Fan sat on the bed and began to study his system. In addition to loading Madara's template for myself, my system also seems to have a mall function. System, open the mall, Yu Fan said in his heart. The next moment, an interface that Yu Fan was so familiar with appeared in his mind. Also playing at the same time was the BGM that made my liver hurt. Yu Fan subconsciously wanted to hold his wallet tightly, as the words, "Hello, my name is Celia," seemed to ring in his ears. Today is another day filled with 70,000 yuan. Dear girl, the mall interface of Dungeon and Baby Bus. Although Yu Fan has long realized that the world he is in now, the dungeon and the game Baby Bus are inextricably linked. But I never expected that I could actually open the mall interface. Let me see what's for sale. Yu Fan narrowed his eyes and started to look through the pages. Fortunately, although the interface is the same, the items sold inside are still very different. The mall of Dungeon and Baby Bus is very cheating. Apart from decorations and gift boxes, if you want to get some useful things, you just put them all in that bullshit lottery box. Not even a guarantee. For Yu Fan, an African, this is simply no way out. You just have to set a price for whatever you want to sell, right? If you have to hold a lottery, those bullshit Europeans will get it as soon as they draw it, and then they will crazily harvest the hard-earned money of us Africans. Doesn't dog plan's conscience hurt? Mall. Consumables: Bing Liang pills, Xingxin pills, blood-increasing pills, 3-color pills. Equipment: Kunai, Shuriken, Flying Thunder God Kunai, Fuma Shuriken, Senbon, Chakra Sword, Kusanagi Sword, Juken Sword, Broken Sword, Decapitating Broadsword, Broadsword Samahata, Double Sword Float, Exploding Knife Float, Long Knife Stitches, Blunt Knife Pocket Cutting, Thunder Knife Teeth. Various consumables and ninja tools in Hokage. There are also the swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What a good thing. When you develop your own ninja organization in the future, you can leave the summoning contract on it first, and then send it out to your confidants to form a 7-person ninja swordsman in this world. Just use these knives to control those people. Become the boss behind the scenes and experience the feeling of being that person. Yu Fan smiled. These ninjas exceeded his expectations. There were even bug-level artifacts like the 10-fist sword in them. The 10-fist sword is something that even an old yinbi like Orochimaru can seal. Then look down. Skills: Mangekyō series Kamui, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, Flying Thunder God, 8 Inner Gates, Rasengan, Gulju Seal, Dust Release Yuanji Peeling, Lightning Style Chidori. Note: the cost-effectiveness of purchasing a single ninjutsu is extremely low. It is recommended to purchase the character template directly. Are these ninjutsu still available for purchase? These are all magical skills, especially Yongdame's Flying Thunder God technique, which is simply a must-have when going out, equipped with 13 powerful tools. Moreover, I was worried that Madara's Mangekyō skill only enhances the strength of other arts and lacks attack methods. Now, I have a way to obtain the full series of Mangekyō skills. But what does this note mean? Yufan touched his chin and then looked at the category of another mall. Character templates: Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura model, Yamanaka Ino. Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Deidara, Uchiha Itachi, Gaara. There should be all the characters in this Hokage. Only then did Yufan realize that his system was not a template system at all. His system was actually this mall. And Madara's template is probably equivalent to the reward for opening the system. My cheat is far more outrageous than I thought. Yufan just noticed that the Mangekyō series pupil skills are priced at 1,000 points, while the price of ordinary character templates is 10,000 points. In other words, the price difference between character templates and skills is about 10 times, and a character template obviously has far more than 10 skills. Therefore, buying skills is not cost effective. That should be what the note means. After understanding this, Yufan now has to figure out the most critical thing: how to get the points. Hey, system, how do you get the coupons you use in the mall? Do missions or something? No need, just use Longguo currency to recharge. Oh, that's right, that's good. Yufan beamed with joy. $1 costs 100 points, right? You can buy a pupil technique for $10. This mall of yours is really conscientious, much more conscientious than a certain penguin. Ha ha ha. Yufan has been playing Dungeon and Baby Bus for many years, and the coupons have always been 1 yuan for 100 points, so it is impossible to make a mistake. Moreover, he had just spent a total of 100,000 Dragon National coins in a piling parlor for nothing, so he was very rich. Host, please don't be fooled. The exchange rate in this mall is 10,000 Dragon Country coins and 1 point. Question mark. Silence. Deathly silence. Dog system, do you know what you are talking about? Yufan was stunned after repeatedly confirming the 4 zeros. 10,000 yuan for 1 roll. Did you eat 10 pieces of mahuatang? It's so dark, why the hell didn't you grab it? Sure enough, I shouldn't have any illusions about this Dungeon and Baby Bus mall. 10,000 yuan per piece. Doesn't that mean that 1 Mangekyō technique costs 10 million? 1 character template costs 100 million. And all the money I have now can only be used for a pitiful 10 points. What can I buy with a 10-point coupon? Just buy some military food pills and it's gone. Black shop. Pure black shop. The prices in this mall are open and transparent, so you don't have to be deceived. If host thinks it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. You're still excited, aren't you? Come on, let me tell you, even if I, Yufan, starve to death, even if I jump from here, I won't be able to buy anything for $1 in your black shop. In this mall, you can receive 10 kunai, 10 shurikens and 5 detonating charms for free every day. Will the host receive today's share? Quote. Quote. Yes, why not? This is what I deserve. Outside the window, a woman with a hot figure and excessively long legs was walking quickly towards the house. The first impression of that woman was that of charming, not coy like a little girl. She wore a pair of black semi-high-heeled boots, and the black thigh-high stockings on her legs created a shallow depression on her thighs. A small piece of snow-white skin is exposed above the thigh stockings, and the upper body is wearing a black outfit that is convenient for movement. It reminds people of a character in To a Certain Ninja. Her hair was pulled up high into a high ponytail, with the second half of the ponytail wavy. With bright red lips, fair skin and sparkling peach eyes, she is a type that men cannot resist. She is Yufan's current, old sister, the junior sister of Yufan's parents, Su Rao, 26 years old this year. Yufan was lying on the window watching her walk all the way. The male adventurers around her stared at her, but no one dared to come up and talk to her. Su Rao is famous for being aloof in this area. I don't know how many adventurers tried to please her but were rejected. Some even got scolded. Many people criticized Su Rao, saying that she was dressed like this, so what else could she pretend to be? But in fact, this is related to Su Rao's profession, demon seducer. Seducer is a very contradictory profession. On the one hand, it requires the professional to release his charm and stir up the opponent's desire. On the other hand, it requires the professional to abstain before level 50. Once the skill is broken, the strength will be reduced. We'll stop here. Su Rao has always wanted to be strong and would never give up the opportunity to become a level 50 awakening powerhouse, so he spoke sternly to those talents who had evil intentions towards him. It takes an opportunity to get into the heart of an iceberg beauty. These adventurers don't understand it at all. Yu Fan smiled and made the transformation technique handprint. A burst of white smoke rose from his body, and then he turned into a look that was 67 points similar to the original one. His hairstyle changed from the original broken hair to medium long hair. He was very cool. This is what Yu Fan's father, Yu Lingfang, looks like. Yu Fan has a diary left by Yu Lingfang, which contains many big 8 trigrams. One of the pages reads something like this. Today when I was secretly making out with Lin Wan, I found Su Rao secretly looking at me and Lin Wan with a weird expression. I just had some suspicions before, but now I am sure that Su Rao definitely has a crush on me. There is nothing we can do about it. Who told me to be so handsome, strong, and graceful? Omit the 500 words to boast. Although Su Rao is indeed beautiful, no worse than Lin Wan, but who am I, Yu Lingfang? The most affectionate person in Luo City. It is absolutely impossible for me to do anything like cheating or having an affair. It seems that I will have to find an opportunity to hint to Su Rao in the future to make her give up on me. You are really cruel to Xiao Rao. After all, you have already fallen in love with such an outstanding man like me. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to fall in love with someone else again in the future. Oh, I am such a sinful man. Quote. After careful calculation, when I wrote this diary, I was already quite old. Could Su Rao really fall in love with a narcissistic uncle who was married and had children? To be honest, Yu Fan didn't quite believe what Yu Lingfang wrote at first. But in the past 2.5 years, he did find that Su Rao was fascinated by the photos of his father and mother from time to time, looking lost. Combined with the contents of Yu's diary, Yu Fan can't help but not believe it. That's why Yu Fan had an idea and turned into Yu Lingfang. The corner of Yu Fan's mouth raised slightly. Oh, my father is so devoted to his mother and queen, so I have no choice but to let him down, hehehehe. When Su Rao suddenly sees Yu Lingfang, he will definitely be unable to control his emotions and throw himself into Yu Lingfang's arms, maybe giving him a kiss or something. And once it evolves into this, girls who pursue aloof type need such an opportunity. Aloof girls are like Mount Everest, so cold and unattainable that they deter countless people. But if you think about it carefully, Mount Everest may seem unattainable, but if you look at it from the ground down, it's only 8 kilometers. People with good legs and feet can probably climb it in a few hours. What does this mean? No matter how cold the goddess is, as long as you push her, she will immediately become shy and lovely. The most important thing is nothing more than this opportunity to overthrow. It should be reasonable, not obtrusive, and not annoying. A real man must have a plan when doing things. Yu Fan walked downstairs with a confident look on his face, imitating the look in his father's photo. Su Rao knew that today was the day when Yu Fan changed jobs, so he went home immediately after selling today's harvest to a material merchant. When she opened the door, an extremely familiar figure came into view. Su Rao was stunned and looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. Yu Lingfang. That's right, this is the reaction you want, all you need to do is add a little more fire. Yu Fan was reassured. Xiao Rao, how are you doing recently? Yu Fan pretended to look like he had gone through many changes. Su Rao slowly recovered after being stunned for a few seconds, and his face slowly turned cold. You're not dead. What about senior sister Lin Wan? Yu Fan was stunned. She is no longer here. What did you say? Su Rao's expression became extremely angry. Yu Fan had never seen Su Rao like this in the past 2.5 years. Didn't you say you would risk your life to protect Lin Wan? Why do you still have the nerve to come back? Go to hell, you scumbag. Su Rao was covered in black light, and a pair of small black wings sprouted from the waist behind his back. The light flashed in his hand, and a huge sickle was already in his hand. Yu Fan secretly thought something was wrong. What is going on? This is not part of my plan. There is indeed something wrong with Dad's diary. Yu Fan succeeded in pushing down, but he did not push down Mount Everest, but Mount Everest pushed him down. Of course, being pushed down by Su Rao sounds good, if you ignore the sickle on his neck. Although Yufan is very strong, Su Rao is already level 39. No matter how strong Yufan is, it will be difficult to defeat Su Rao across so many levels. This is a gap of 24 levels. Even if Xiao Tang, Xiao Hao, and Xiao Yanzi are allowed to come, they can't fight like this, right? Yufan quickly finished the transformation technique. A burst of white smoke appeared from his body, and he returned to his own form. Su Rao, it's me, Yufan. Su Rao's delicate body trembled, with a baffled look on her face. Yufan, how did you become like your father? Yufan took a deep breath and told Su Rao the whole story. HMPH, Yu Lingfeng is such a shameless person. I must have a crush on him. He doesn't look like me. How could I possibly fall in love with him? Then why do you always peek at him? And I often see you looking at his photo. It's in your wallet. Isn't it the same photo as the one in my room? Su Rao pouted. How is that possible? It's completely different, okay. As she spoke, she pulled out the photo from her wallet. It was indeed the same photo, but with some changes. Yu Lingfeng's half had been torn off, leaving only Lin Wan's half. Yufan was confused for a moment, then startled, and everything suddenly became clear. Ah, could it be that Su Rao has always been looking at my mother, Lin Wan? Hey, you understand. Su Rao put her charming face in front of Yufan's, and then blew gently into Yufan's ear. HMPH, little pervert, you have the ability to become like your mother. In this case, my sister will get close to you. Yufan couldn't help but shudder. Become like my mother, get close to the woman who likes my mother, etc. This kind of thing is a bit too heaven-defying, so forget it. In the kitchen, Su Rao is making today's dinner. Su Rao groaned. Take your claws off my wings. Su Rao angrily knocked Yufan's hand away. Once the seducer enters combat status, it will grow a pair of small black wings on its lower back, which cannot be retracted freely. Even if it is no longer in combat status, it will take several hours for them to disappear. Yufan is very interested in these little wings. It feels very silky, different from the furry feel of a cat, it is more like bird feathers. But judging from Su Rao's reaction, this little wing seems to be very sensitive. But the more this happened, the more Yufan couldn't help but want to touch it. You're still here. Su Rao's peach blossom eyes revealed a vicious look. I won't touch it anymore. Yufan said in a polite tone. Sooner or later I'm going to feel good, Yufan made up his mind. By the way, Yufan, what profession did you change to? It's amazing that you can actually look like someone else. I've never heard of it. Su Rao brought the prepared dishes to the table and asked Yufan. Hidden profession, ninja, Yufan Kaido. Su Rao's body stiffened. She was a combat professional who graduated from a regular university and knew the profession very well. Of course she was also very clear about the situation of the profession of ninja. Only people from Neon who changed their profession to ninja could have a future, while people from the Dragon Kingdom were basically useless after they changed their profession. There are 1.5 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom. Over the years, not 1 or 2 people have switched to the ninja profession, but they have not developed a single skill. If you want to learn skills, you can only spend money and go to Japanese guilds to learn them, and only the 2 lowest levels are open. How could it be a ninja? I remember that level 15 ninjas only have 1 fire-breathing skill and 1 skill for climbing trees. I have never heard of a level 15 ninja skill that allows you to transform into someone else. Su Rao said suspiciously. Yufan put down the bowl in his hand and said seriously, after I changed my job, I suddenly felt a flash of inspiration in my mind, and then I realized this skill transformation technique. For Yufan, who has experienced in the internet era, there is no pressure to talk serious nonsense. What? Su Rao was shocked. The higher the level, the more people understood what it meant to develop the skills of a combat profession. What's more, ninja is a profession that is monopolized by Little Neon. Yufan has now developed a skill that breaks their monopoly. If they knew this, they would be so angry. Moreover, it is such a magical skill like transformation technique. Although it has no attack effect, there is no doubt about its value. As long as he sells this skill, Yufan will not only have enough food and clothing in his life, but he will also be respected as a pioneer by the entire society and gain both fame and fortune. Real. Su Rao still couldn't believe that the teachers in the university might not be able to develop a skill after decades of hard work, but Yufan could develop one just after he changed his job. Real. Looking at Su Rao's shocked look, Yufan was a little amused. If she knew that he had too many skills to count, he didn't know how he would react. Then what are you going to do next? What should I do? Start leveling up like crazy and make equipment, and then take the college entrance examination. Only when you go to college can you have more resources and play more advanced dungeons, right? That's fine. Anyway, you have the skills you have learned. You can do whatever you want. As she said that, she took out a card from her arms. The card contains the 6 million I saved. I have used a lot of my own equipment to buy equipment over the years, and I have used a lot of strengthened equipment. There is only this much left. You can take it. I bought 2 ninja skills, and also bought a piece of equipment. No, Yufan was about to refuse when he was interrupted by Su Rao. This is not given to you. You are now a pioneer, and will be very rich in the future. When I am about to awaken the stigmata, you have to pay me back double the amount. Su Rao said. Yufan paused as he was about to push the card back. Yes, how could I forget this one? The so-called stigma awakening actually refers to the ritual that a template seducer must perform to acquire awakening skills after reaching level 50. It's said to be a ritual, but it's actually a dry matter. Seducers need to find a person of the opposite gender who is above level 50 and has acquired awakening skills who is willing to help them. The desire that had been abstinent for many years broke out on this day, absorbing a large amount of the other party's awakening power, and forming a special stigma on his lower abdomen. Stigmata will further enhance the strength of seducers and gain awakening skills. The seducers are all beautiful, but it is still very difficult to find a strong person willing to help them. There is no shortage of women among the strong men, so there is no need to lose a lot of awakening power. After this thing is lost, it will take 2 or 3 months to get it back. And during this period, you will become very weak, and you will inevitably be teased by your friends, which is what strong people in high positions don't want. Therefore, if tempters want to awaken, they often need to pay a lot of money. In order to become stronger, it can be said that people and money are wasted. But that's the nature of profession. In this world, profession is everything, and no one can help but not want to. Yufan touched his chin. Since no one else is willing, I have no choice but to do it myself. Su Rao treats me well, how can I not repay the favor? It is my duty to help her awaken. I, Yufan, have always been the most dedicated, and I am not afraid of missing 3 months. If I don't go to hell, who will? Thinking of this, Yufan put away Su Rao's card. It doesn't matter, Su Rao, when you reach level 50, I will help you awaken the stigmata. Su Rao was stunned for a moment. After understanding what Yufan meant, she sneered and looked up and down. Yufan, just you? A level 50 awakened powerhouse? Just me. Are you okay? Okay, why not? I'm good at everything. Okay, if you can reach level 50 and complete the awakening before me, I will let you awaken the stigmata for me. If you can't sleep with Lin Wan, it's not bad to sleep with her son. Su Rao said carelessly that she did not believe that Yufan could reach level 50 and complete his awakening. Professionals have a hurdle every 5 levels. They must learn skills before they can continue to level up. This means that occupations with missing skills cannot be upgraded smoothly. What's more, the ninja profession lacks more than 1 or 2 skills. Yufan is extremely capable of learning skills by himself. He can't learn one every 5th level, right? Learning skills is not like going to the fields to pull cabbage. It's a deal, Yufan said cheerfully. The system is close to me. Isn't it level 50? I will definitely be able to reach it within a year. Before Yufan traveled through time, the original person had some special feelings for this beautiful elder sister. However, after his parents died, he was overwhelmed by grief and could not express it. When Yufan comes through time travel, it will be even more unbearable. When a woman reaches the age of 25 or 6 and is in good health, no matter how virtuous she is or how conservatively she dresses, she cannot hide the charm of her hormonal overflow. What's more, it's a wine like Su Rao's that hasn't been opened for 26 years. I can't stand it, I can't stand it at all. That's all there is to say. I, Su Rao, only like people who are better than me. You are not even close, brother. Su Rao hit Yufan's head hard with chopsticks. What do you say tomorrow? I'll take you to upgrade the dungeon. No, no, it's too wasteful for you to lead me to Grand Forest at level 39. My classmate and I have already made an appointment to call a thug, and then we will finish the game together. And don't you have an upgrade plan? Just go and upgrade. Yeah, let's get to level 50 as soon as possible. Okay, if you can't beat me, just pay someone to take you. You don't have to save money for me. Yufan nodded. He couldn't wait to break through the dungeon. Making appointments with classmates and calling thugs are all lies, of course, and are completely unnecessary. Those poor little goblins were killed by the Great Fireball. 1 minute is more than enough for one copy. Yufan not only wants to increase his level, but also kills more monsters to increase Sharingan's pupil power. The duplication ability of the second Magatama, the illusion ability of the third Magatama, and the power of Mangekyō. With the power of Mangekyō Sharingan in mind, the college entrance examination is no longer a worry. Chapter 11. After dinner, Yufan lay on the bed and began to think about how to spend the 6.1 million in his hand. According to Su Rao, 3 million of it was used to learn Xiao Nian's ninja skills, and the remaining 3 million was used to buy a set of equipment at the equipment store. 3 million sounds like a lot, but the equipment is expensive. At most, it can only buy a set of blue high-end equipment. Purple rare, or even higher, don't even think about it, buy 2 pieces. Of course, Yufan can't spend 3 million to learn Neon's fire breathing and climbing skills. They are purely useless skills, but he still needs 3 million. If all the 6.1 million Dragon Country coins are used to buy equipment, there will be more choices. Maybe he can adopt the plan of combining purple equipment with blue equipment. But to be honest, Yufan didn't want to spend money on buying level 15 equipment. After all, he could definitely reach level 25 or above. If you buy these equipment, you will definitely have to replace them when you take the college entrance examination, which is very troublesome. Hey, system, do you have any recommendations? As soon as Yufan finished speaking, a window popped up on the interface of the mall in his mind. The first charge is 6 million, and you will receive a White Mask Obito set gift package, with a total value of 2,000 points. Obito White Mask. Golden Epic. Level equipment, special functional exclusive equipment, with growth characteristics. When worn, it can greatly increase the efficiency of collecting life force and improving eye power, and can slightly increase the effect of eye skills. Original price, 500 points. Obito Black Robe. Golden Epic. Level equipment, exclusive equipment, with growth characteristics. After wearing it, the wearer's speed and concealment are greatly enhanced. When wearing, the pupil power consumed by the pupil technique, Kamui, is greatly reduced. Original price, 500 points. Uchiha Fan. Pink Artifact. Level equipment, exclusive equipment, with growth characteristics. Attributes can be improved as the user level increases. Indestructible, a necessary condition for the release of the level 30 ninjutsu, Uchiha Rebound. Original price, 1,000 points. The incredible first charge of 6 million made Yufan unable to hold on any longer. Everyone pays 6 yuan for the first deposit, okay. And I happen to have just received 6 million, so you came here to do this. Are you sure it wasn't a plan? It's exactly like those dog game planners. Let's look at the functions of these equipments. Each one is more important than the last. White Mask improves Sharingan upgrade efficiency. Black Robe reduces the consumption of Kamui. Uchiha Fan, necessary condition to cast Uchiha Rebound. Can you do without these things? Yufan clearly felt that he was being manipulated by the dog system. Just like those planners, shouting, "Oh, these gift packages we sell are all voluntary, no one will force you to buy them if you don't want to." In fact, if you take a look at the contents of the gift bag, it is simply telling you with numerical values, if you don't buy my Spring Festival gift bag today, there will be no place for you in Arad. But there is one thing to say, the equipment in the system's first recharge gift pack is of high quality, and the original price of 5 million a piece is indeed not expensive. In this world, equipment is divided into many levels. White Ordinary, the lowest level of equipment, which can be made by ordinary craftsmen. Blue Advanced, the equipment produced in the dungeon can be made by advanced craftsmen, and it is the equipment used by most people. Purple Rare, the equipment produced in the dungeon has a certain rarity and is valuable. Orange Legend, legendary equipment, which can only be produced in randomly appearing abyss dungeons. It is very rare and priceless. Red Brilliance, equipment above the legendary level can only be produced in abyss dungeons above the 6-person brave level abyss, so it is hard to find. Golden Epic, there are no more than 100 pieces of epic equipment in the world, strategic level equipment, most of which are produced in 8-person nightmare level abyss dungeons, with a small chance of appearing in 6-person abyss dungeons. Pink Artifact, artifacts are divided into Lord Artifacts and True Artifacts. Lord Artifacts are equipment produced by dungeon lords, and their attributes are equivalent to legendary equipment, while True Artifacts are only things that exist in legends and are equipment used by gods. The White Mask and Obito's Black Robe are both epic equipment. Although it is said to be exclusive equipment, epic level is epic level. If it is really sold, it will definitely be sold casually for a mere 5 million. And there is also an artifact used by Master Madara, Uchiha fan. This thing is a true artifact and can be used all the time. Besides, you just need to rush the money in, and you don't need to spend money to buy it. It seems to be a real profit. More importantly, they all have growth characteristics. Like Yukon's Ice Phoenix Claw, before, it can be used at level 15, and its attributes will continue to improve as the user's strength increases. This means that Yufan does not need to change his equipment when he takes the college entrance examination. It is very in line with Yufan's current needs for equipment. Can you please recharge host? What else can we do? Hurry up to upgrade Sharingan, charge. Charge hard. Received, the system will automatically deduct the host's wealth. The next second, Yufan looked and saw that there were 600 more coupons in his mall account. This also means that the 6 million in his card should be gone. In the shopping column of the mall, 3 pieces of equipment were lying there quietly. System, can these equipment still be placed in the inventory in the future? All items purchased in this mall can be returned to the inventory at will. Oh, that's fine. Yufan just needs storage space now. After he has Kamui, everything can be placed in the Kamui space. Then put a contract on all the items, and then use the summoning technique to summon them. You can get whatever you call, which is very convenient. Storage equipment in this world is very expensive, and the space is far less large than Kamui space. Later, Yufan spent some more points to buy some consumables such as soldier food pills and blood energy pills and put them in the inventory. So far, there are already in the inventory 10 kunai, 10 shurikens, 5 detonating charms, Obito 3-piece set, 5 military food pills, and 5 blood energy pills. After everything was prepared, Yufan fell asleep peacefully. In the next month, I'm afraid it will be difficult to have such a comfortable bed to sleep on. At 5 o'clock in the morning the next day, it was just dawn. Yufan got on the bus to Glen Forest. Although it was still early, the car was already full of people, mostly students, as well as some material hunters and adventurers. For high school seniors, nothing matters this month. The only precious thing is time. Even if you can just level up one more level, you can still beat many, many people. The students in the car were very excited and chattering non-stop. Some people had already begun to form teams. I am Wang Hu from Nanchang No. 2 Middle School. My profession is a martial artist. The path I follow is Master Ma Baoguo's Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi style. The equipment is a set of high-grade blue leather armor. I have learned 2 skills at level 15, left kick, and right whip kick. They can resist and hit. Who wants to team up with me? Wang Hu's conditions were very good. As soon as he finished speaking, many students signed up enthusiastically. One after another introduced their own situation. I'm an archer. My bows are blue and high-end. I have 1 high-end and high-end equipment. The rest are white and ordinary. My shots are very accurate and I can deal damage. A girl who looked a little timid held up the goblin longbow in her hand and said, I am a guardian. I wear high-grade blue armor. I am a tank. I can attract firepower and resist damage. Me, and I am a light worker. I follow the path of an exorcist, I can provide a lot of spell damage, and I can cause critical damage to ghost monsters. Quote. Although the conversation was lively in the car, no one spoke to Yufan. After all, no one would want to team up with a person wearing a strange black robe and a strange white mask to clear dungeons. Dressed like this, who knows if it's pervert? Of course, Yufan is too lazy to team up with others and can do it faster by himself. My own damage is overflowing, so I don't need tanks or supports at all, and I don't need milk. At the entrance to the Grand Forest instance. This place is just like a vegetable market in the early morning, crowded and noisy. The noise in the car before was nothing compared to the noise here. Lead people, lead the team with a level 25 magic gunner, speed through the dark forest, warrior level, complete it 5 times in a row, complete it within an hour, and directly lift you to level 16, one step faster, as long as 40,000 Dragon Country coins, 3 to 1, people who come will leave plus. Purchase all blue and above equipment at a high price, bring the price yourself, recycle it at a high price, and charge a premium for purple equipment. Selling, goblin's bones, cat demon's nails, and thundering gyno's skull, all the materials for college entrance examination tickets are available, packaged and sold. Quote. I will collect a rare purple goblin hand crossbow, at a high price for your own use. If you have any, please come and chat. The price guarantees your satisfaction. Quote. I bought a blue high-end executioner's great sword this morning. Is there anyone who wants it from the Berserker Ghost Sword Brother? It's definitely cheaper than going to the Chamber of Commerce to buy it. Quote. Don't find anyone to lead you, build your own team, have tanks, have DPS, and have someone with auxiliary skills or control skills plus. Selling weapon jars, up to purple and rare weapons, come and have a look, there will definitely be no empty ones, come on, make money with money. Quote. Yufan had a headache from the noise and hurried to the entrance of the instance. Hey, masked guy, don't go, I think you are alone. The level 25 magic gunner who shouted loudest just now, who was leading people to fight the dark forest, stopped Yufan. It is said that all spearmen have been handsome since ancient times, but this man has a bald head with a sinewy face and a beer belly bigger than that of a pregnant woman. To be honest, Yufan couldn't imagine how cool he looked while holding the gun to kill the monster. In TV dramas, people who look this ugly usually don't survive more than 3 episodes. What's wrong? Would you like to come to our team? I will take you. We only have one person left. We have been waiting for a long time. Otherwise, I originally wanted to charge 40,000. In this case, I will charge you less. How about you only need 39,000? Quote. Yufan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Mada, you can give me a 10% discount, which is 1,000 less, and I don't even know if it's 95% off. He waved his hand and said, no, I want to try brushing it myself. Oh, it's very slow for you to level up by yourself. You seniors in high school are so precious in this month. You must seize the time to upgrade. If you do it by yourself, you can only do adventure level dungeons at most, with very little experience. I'll take you to the warrior level dungeon, and you'll have a lot more experience. It only takes less than an hour to reach level 16, which is a step faster. It only costs 39,000, what a bargain, little brother, why are you hesitating? The bald man spoke so fluently that the 2 girls behind him were probably deceived by his rhetoric. The upgrade time before the college entrance examination is a full month. This is a protracted battle. How can you say you are one step ahead? Before entering the dungeon, you must first select the level of the dungeon. There are 5 levels: normal level, adventure level, warrior level, king level, and nightmare level. The warrior level does have a little more experience than the adventure level, but it's not as exaggerated as he said. Besides, the one he brought with him was only at the warrior level. No matter how high it was, he probably wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon while protecting the students. And Yufan definitely wants to reach the nightmare level and upgrade as quickly as possible. It's only seconds anyway, there's no need to play at a low level. Feeling a little annoyed by this bald head, Yufan thought for a moment and said, Uncle, to tell you the truth, I really want you to take me, but I don't have a penny on me. I'm a student, can you take me for free? When the bald head heard Yufan say that he had no money, his expression suddenly changed and he said angrily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had no money? You are a student and I will take you for free. You are a beast and I can't take you for free either." Ha ha ha, hurry up. Yufan ignored him and walked into the dungeon selection area. The moment he walked in, a ball of light lit up in front of him. It was the only dungeon available at level 15, Dark Forest. The monsters are mainly goblins, cat monsters and minotaurs. This is Yufan's first time to clear this dungeon, so he can only start from the normal level. If he clears the level within 3 minutes, he can open the dungeon of the next level of difficulty. Of course, if you find someone to guide you, you can directly play the difficult ones, but next time you play by yourself, you still have to start from the beginning. Yufan reached out and touched the ball of light, and immediately felt a strong suction force sucking him in. HMPH, you're still doing it by yourself. You don't know what profession you are and you dare to do it alone. It's weird to wear a mask. Just go and do your normal level for the rest of your life. Let's see how many levels you can get. Let me see how you open the dungeon level. Baldhead said angrily. It is almost impossible for a level 15 newcomer to finish Dark Forest within 3 minutes unless he has a powerful profession like Ghost Swordsman. But judging from his appearance, there was no weapon at all, let alone a sword. There is no need for protective equipment, as long as you compete with the monsters to see who has the most health. But there are no weapons either, which is strange. No matter what profession you switch to, if you don't have weapons, the output will be greatly reduced. Cutting in half is the least, and you can't defeat monsters at all. The reason why combat professionals are powerful is that they can fight against all kinds of powerful monsters. In addition to skills, equipment cannot be ignored. Some young men from wealthy families may not have very good professional talents, but they have great equipment. Strengthen plus 13 weapons, a set of orange legendary equipment that has been enhanced, and monster cards are enchanted. If someone cuts it off with a knife, it's worth the price of a Ferrari. Not to mention it's strange, if a Ferrari collides with it, people are also afraid of it. This shows the importance of equipment. Even if it is as powerful as the Ghost Swordsman profession, it is still useless if it does not have a good sword. He said he had no money. Could it be that he didn't have money to buy weapons and protective gear? Baldhead guessed. Isn't this going to lead to death? After thinking for a few seconds, the bald man shook his head and said, "Forget it, it's none of my business anyway, and he's not the only one who dies in the dungeon every year." He started shouting again. Bring, Dark Forest, Mirkwood, copy. In the blink of an eye, Yufan was already in the first monster area of this instance. This is a forest. The trees are tall and dense. Only a small amount of sunlight can penetrate the canopy and fall into the forest, so it looks a bit dark. It was quiet in the forest, there was no sound, and a faint stench could be smelled. Not far away, there were 3 goblins taking a nap against a tree. 2 of them were holding sticks and 1 was holding a bow and arrow. Yufan raised his hand and pointed the watch at the monster in front of him. This watch is the monster illustrated book that Su Rao gave Yufan before he went out. It contains the data of most of the monsters near Luo City. Soon, the goblin's information was displayed on this watch that looked like a little genius phone watch. Common Goblin. Level 10. HP 100. Attack 3. Defense 4. Speed 3. Skills none. Attack methods: scratching, biting, throwing stones, bow and arrow. Goblins are amazing monsters. Those with strong bodies have weak brains, those with good brains have weak bodies. All have obvious weaknesses, but even so, they are still the cave war gods, and they are very blessed. And like the 3 in front of Yufan, they are thin, less than 1 meter tall, with dull eyes and saliva flowing from their mouths. At first glance, he looks like the kind of cannon fodder that is both mentally and physically weak. When the other goblins were enjoying themselves in the cave, they could only stand by and watch with their fingers. Yufan stretched out his hand and Uchiha fanned him. Even when faced with such idiots, Yufan would not take it lightly. This is reality, not a game, people will really die. There will be no logout button in the copy. After entering the dungeon, if you can't beat it, you will have to die here. Then the body will be spit out like garbage and thrown in front of everyone at the entrance of the dungeon. Many people die in the copy every year, including many recent graduates. Yufan's action of taking out the Uchiha fan was a little too big, and the goblins discovered the intruder. Ah! The goblin holding the wooden club made a sharp cry and rushed towards Yufan. Yufan did not hesitate and picked up the round fan. A strong wind blew by, and Yufan was about to take the next step when he suddenly heard the sound of the system. Congratulations to the host for killing 3 goblins, successfully collecting life force, obtaining the Obito White Mask bonus, and increasing the pupil power by 2 points. The pupil power is 100. There is still 97 points left before opening the 2 Magatama Sharingan. Immediately afterwards, Yufan saw 3 groups of green lights representing experience gathering towards him. The experience has gone up, but not completely, just a little bit more symbolically. 3 materials appeared on the ground: Goblin Bone, Broken Bones, X3. Ah, I just fanned the wind and blew them to death. This feels like playing Dungeons and Baby Bus with a full picture plugin enabled. And it's still a very stable one, not afraid of the 6-character mantra, internet connection interruption. Pass the first monster room easily, collect the materials, and Yufan enters the next room. The monsters in this room are a group of cat monsters. Yufan pointed the little genius phone watch at them. Ordinary cat demon. Level 11. HP 100. Attack 4. Defense 4. Speed 7. Skill Claw combo. Leap high, swing your claws at extremely fast speeds, and scratch the enemy's face. Attack methods: scratching, biting. Note: cat demons are very fast and live in groups. Once knocked down, they will be very dangerous, so please be careful. Yufan knew that in the dungeon in the Grand Forest, cat demons were the most annoying monster race. Whether they are fluorescent cat demons, dark cursed cat demons, gardener cat demons, or poisonous cat demons, their attack power is not too high, but their speed is fast, and they always appear in groups. If you don't have AoE skills with a large enough range, you can easily be caught and injured. Many female adventurers are reluctant to fight monsters like cat demons, because their equipment will always be scratched into tatters, and sometimes their faces will be scratched. If you encounter a goblin again wearing tattered equipment, it will arouse the goblin's bestiality, which may lead to tragedy. Yufan raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he saw the cat demon's message. He saw 2 key pieces of information. The cat demon's HP was 100 and its defense was 4. Exactly the same as the goblin just now. What does that mean? This means that you can kill them with just 1 fan. This is the same as assassins killing shooters in MOBA games. I don't care how well developed you are or how high your damage is. I only care about your health and defense. As long as you get into the kill line, you will die. What? You have great growth and high output. It's useless, it can't be shot out at once, and it's meaningless no matter how high the damage is. That's what the so-called assassination is all about. You can grow like crazy, but if you let me touch you, you will die. Ga, gaga. One of the cat demons discovered Yufan, the intruder, and immediately started barking to greet his brothers and sisters. The cat demon was not as sluggish as the goblin. After finding the target, they immediately charged at Yufan. The speed was indeed very fast. Hey, what are you doing jumping up and down so impatiently? I think you must be too hot. I'll fan you so you won't get too hot. I'll make sure you stay cool. Yufan swings the Uchiha fan, which is a powerful 180-degree fan. The cat monsters couldn't react at all, and before they even had time to scream, they were blown away and lay motionless on the ground. The family is neatly organized and very cool. The cat demon who discovered Yufan took the lead. Congratulations to the host for killing 6 cat monsters, successfully collecting life force, obtaining the Obito White Mask bonus, and increasing pupil power by 4 points. Pupil power 100. There is still 93 points left before opening the 2 Magatama Sharingan. After fanning twice, the pupil power increased by 6 points, which seems to be quite easy. It seems that it will soon be improved to the 2nd Magatama Sharingan. Yufan nodded after looking at the system prompts and quickly walked into the next monster room. The only common monsters in the ordinary level, Dark Forest, copier goblins, cat demons, and the boss Tauren beast. Except for the boss room, Yufan basically only needs to enter the door, wave the fan, collect the exploded materials, enter a door. It's just like cheating and moving bricks, there is no challenge at all. When Yufan went out, Su Rao only gave him a monster illustration, but not a copy of the map, so he didn't know which room the boss was in. When Yufan entered the 6th monster space, all doors leading to other monster spaces are closed, and Yufan can no longer return to the previous monster space through those doors. This means that he has arrived at the room of this instance's boss. One of him or the boss must die here. It was a 3-meter-tall giant with a bull's head, a bull-headed beast. It held a huge stone axe in its hand, and it had chopped down all the surrounding trees, forming a clearing in the woods. It stood alone in the middle of the clearing, looking like a boss. While playing in dungeons, Yufan had killed countless giant minotaurs. The bull-headed giant beast is large and slow, and its attacks are easy to hit. In comparison, Yufan hates cat demons even more. But a game is a game after all. When I was immersed in the scene, the height of more than 3 meters tall, and the terrifying feeling of the human body and the head of a bull is much stronger than that of a small cat demon. Yufan raised his hand to check the Minotaur's information. Lord, bull-headed giant beast. Level, 15. HP, 900. Attack, 10. Defense, 12. Speed, 5. Skills, roar, horn crash, giant axe slash. Yufan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the pop-up message. This guy looks bluffing, but in fact he is just a paper tiger, with only 900 health points. One shot of Great Fireball can cause tens of thousands of damage. After confirming that it posed no threat to him, Yufan walked into the open space where the bull-headed beast was in a very arrogant manner. Tauren, listen, I am the Hokage's #1 pure love war god, Uchiha Obito, and I want to kill all the Tauren in the world. Of course, the bull-headed giant beast couldn't understand what Yufan was talking about. It only knew that this human had invaded its territory. Moo. The Tauren lowered his head, arched his back, and then charged towards Yufan. This situation is very similar to when Yufan was sparring in the piling hall before. Yufan turned sideways to avoid the Minotaur's attack. Fire-style Great Fireball. The huge fireball swallowed up the bull-headed beast in an instant. Roar. Its miserable cry only lasted for a second and then stopped abruptly. The bull's eyes widened, as if he didn't understand how the human in front of him could defeat him so easily. The hot air is filled with the aroma of roast beef. Tauren meat is a very valuable ingredient and is very popular among wealthy people. Although they are not combat professionals, they don't know much about how to kill monsters. But it's easy to figure out which monster's meat is edible, delicious, and the different ways to eat it. However, Yufan currently does not have storage equipment and cannot carry such a large piece of meat. Congratulations to the host for killing the bull-headed beast, successfully collecting life force, obtaining the Obito White Mask bonus, and increasing the pupil power by 5 points. The pupil power is 32,100. There is still 68 points left before opening the 2 Magatama Sharingan. One copy adds 31 points of pupil power. A few more times will be enough to reach 100 points of pupil power. Just when Yufan was thinking where the giant bull-headed beast fell, a white light suddenly lit up. The battle axe of the bull-headed beast, white ordinary. Explosive equipment. In this world, when monsters die in battle, if the equipment in their hands is not recognized by heaven and shines, then this equipment cannot be equipped by professionals. Even if you take the equipment without flash, it will not increase any attributes. Only equipment that emits light after a monster is killed is truly useful equipment. The battle axe of the bull-headed monster is the most common level 15 giant sword in Luo City. It can be used by ghost swordsman, guardian, dark warrior, and many other professions that use swords. Sword-using professions are very popular in the Dragon Kingdom, and all sword-type weapons are easy to sell and more expensive. Although this tomahawk of the bull-headed beast is only a level 15 white item, it is estimated to be more than enough to sell for a few thousand yuan. Yufan smiled and picked up the battle axe and weighed it. This thing can be exchanged for half a point in the mall. Oh, I, Yufan, who has been famous all my life, actually want to do this half-dot calculation and half-dot plan. I need to find a way to make money quickly. My name is Guy Wong. I feel like I've seen a ghost today. Today is the first day after the college entrance examination, which is the most convenient day of the year to make money. These little kids have just graduated from high school and will take the college entrance examination in a month. They are eager, simple, and most importantly, they carry a lot of money with them. Much. As a level 25, Magic Lancer, I can be considered a prominent figure in Grand Forest. As usual, I came to the entrance of the Grand Forest instance and started to recruit people and led them to play Dark Forest. This is a level 15 copy. For a strong person like me who wears 3 pieces of purple equipment, 2 pieces of blue equipment, and holds the level 25 purple equipment weapon, Demon Breaking Robbery, in my hand. This kind of copy is completely effortless. Even with 3 people, you can clear the warrior level within 10 minutes. I took them to fight 5 times and charged each of them 40,000, which is 120,000 for 3 people. Plus the equipment exploded in the dungeon. If you are lucky, you can earn 170,000 to 80,000 yuan in an hour. It's just like picking up money. Compared with brushing advanced copies, the money is too easy to earn, and there is no risk at all. However, the situation seems to have changed a bit this year. There seem to be too many people who know this way to make money. I recruited people for 20 minutes and only got 2 people. Time is important to these students because time is their future. But it's also important to me because time is money. At this time, I saw a very strange guy walking in outside. He wore a pure black robe of unknown style, and a white mask with strange patterns. He was alone, without a partner, and I knew my chance had come. I grabbed him and wanted him to join my team. But after talking for a long time, he actually told me that he had no money and asked me to take him for free. Think I'm here for charity. Reject decisively. Later, he entered the dungeon alone. To be honest, I thought he was dead at the time. Because not only did he not have any defensive equipment on him, he didn't even have any weapons. How to clear a dungeon without weapons? I could almost imagine what his body would look like when the copy spit it out. If by the time he dies, I have already recruited someone, made money, and am in a better mood, I might be able to collect his body for him. Alas, although I look a bit ugly, kind-hearted adventurers like me are really rare nowadays. Just when I was thinking this, something strange happened. The guy with the white mask came out of the copy. He actually came out. The total time before and after did not exceed 30 seconds. How did he do that? I've never heard of any way to quit mid-dungeon. If there was such a method, there wouldn't be so many people dying in the dungeon. Then I saw him holding a tomahawk of the Minotaur and starting to sell it at the entrance of the dungeon. Finally, it was sold to an equipment dealer for 5,000. Strange, very strange. The battle axe of the Minotaur is a piece of equipment that can only be found in the boss of the Dark Forest instance. Could it be that he didn't withdraw from the dungeon, but cleared the dungeon? How can this be? Even I can't clear Dark Forest in 30 seconds. Even though it's an ordinary level, I can definitely shoot one monster at a time. But even so, it will take at least a few minutes. The cat demon is a very flexible monster and is not so easy to hit. Besides, I can't figure out what his occupation is at all. Is there really a profession in this world that can clear Dark Forest in 30 seconds at level 15? No, 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 how is this possible? Even a level 15 ghost swordsman holding a level 15 purple weapon will definitely not do it. Is there any profession more powerful than the ghost swordsman? Just when I was puzzled, something outrageous happened. This white mask actually entered the dungeon again. This time he entered the adventure level dungeon. This time, it still didn't take more than 30 seconds before he walked out with a goblin short bow. I'm almost starting to doubt life. The adventure level is twice as difficult as the normal level. How did he do it? However, this was not the end. After selling goblin short bow, White Mask entered the dungeon again without hesitation. Like last time, he once again increased the difficulty of the dungeon. It has reached the warrior level, difficulty level that I plan to fight. This time it took him longer to clear the dungeon, well, 10 seconds longer. 40 seconds later, he walked out with another piece of equipment. What's going on? A level 15 newcomer can actually clear the warrior level, Dark Forest, in 40 seconds. He is not brushing copies, he is simply purchasing goods. In just a few minutes, he had already earned tens of thousands of Dragon Country coins. This is much more efficient than me leading people. I now seriously suspect one thing: this guy discovered some loophole in the Grand Forest area copy. This loophole allows people to directly obtain rewards for clearing levels without killing monsters. Although it is outrageous, I think it is very possible. If this guy still dares to continue entering the King level dungeon, then I can be sure that there must be a loophole. If this is the case, I will find a way to figure out this loophole no matter what. This kind of pie in the sky thing. How could I let this little guy have it all to himself? The strange white masked man who makes Guy Wong doubt his life is naturally Yufan. Yufan didn't know what Guy Wong was thinking. After 3 rounds of dungeons, his pupil power finally reached 100 points, and Sharingan could break through. Host's pupil power has reached 100, and the Ermagatama Sharingan is open to gain the ability to copy. The current number of copy skill columns is 3. As the pupil power increases, this number can continue to increase. What does copying the number of skill bars mean? Yufan opened his skill panel and found that the icon of the level 15 skill Sharingan had changed from a single Magatama to a double Magatama. 3 slightly smaller skill boxes appeared above the icon. It's just that there is only one skill box, and no skills are displayed on it, it is blank. That means you can copy 3 skills now, right? Interesting. System, can my Sharingan copying skill be used to copy any skill? Yes. Can monster skills also be copied? Yes. After receiving a positive answer, Yufan immediately turned around and walked into the copy area. He clearly remembered that it was recorded in the book that the giant bull-headed beast had a very powerful swordsmanship skill. The explosive power surpasses all level 15 swordsmanship skills. With this skill, you don't have to use Great Fireball to burn it every time. He currently lacks the means of melee attacks, and only has one attack skill, Great Fireball. It is a good choice to use the melee skills of several monsters. Dark Forest, copy, boss room. The Lord Minotaur launches the skill Roar, a sonic skill that can stun enemies from a distance and cause damage. What a skill! It's mine. Yufan's eyes flashed red, and he acquired the skill of Bullhead Lord. Then activate the skill Roar. Yufan's roar instantly offset the roar of the bull-headed lord, and then there was still enough energy left to make the giant bull-headed beast dizzy and the soles of its feet slip. The bull-headed beast's bull eyes, which were as big as copper bells, had a very human look of doubt. How could this human being use his own skills? And it's actually stronger than what I used. It seemed that he realized that the human being in front of him was very dangerous. The giant bull-headed beast became alert, roared, and activated its second talent skill, Horn Crash. Horn Crash. The giant bull-headed beast lowers its head and arches its back, ramming forward like a bulldozer. Yufan put his hands in his pockets and his eyes were filled with red light. Is it another innate skill? Get it you. Adhering to the tradition of Mr. Kakashi, the principle is to use skills immediately after copying them. Yufan directly activates his skill, Horn Crash. Huge horns condensed with chakra appeared on Yufan's head. Of course, the bull-headed giant beast couldn't hit Yufan, who was holding the sacred weapon, Uchiha Fan. A face-to-face was directly knocked away. The bull-headed beast got up from the ground, making a snoring sound from its mouth, and spraying a large amount of white mist from its nose. It was really angry. Bull-headed giant beast. Shit human being, don't you have your own skills? It picked up its axe and stared at Yufan. After a few seconds, it finally couldn't bear the pressure and launched its strongest skill, Giant Axe Slash, with all its strength. It was seen holding the giant axe in both hands and resting it on its shoulders. The giant axe emitted a dazzling white light and made a ding sound, as if it was accumulating power. A few seconds later, a cold light shone on the blade of the giant axe. Then the giant bull-headed beast stomped on the ground and stormed out. The power of this move is very astonishing. If it hits the body directly, even a tank class below level 20 wearing a blue suit will not be able to withstand it and will be seriously injured directly. It was also the first time for Yufan to see it. In the previous rounds of dungeons, he came in and cooked it with a great fireball without letting the Tauren use his skills at all. And this is why Yufan has kept it until now. What Yufan wants is this swordsmanship skill. In fact, the first two skills of the bull-headed behemoth are not suitable for Yufan's equipment and skills. The Minotaur's giant axe slash skill is recognized as the strongest swordsmanship skill at level 15. It is said that many low-level skills of the ghost swordsman profession were developed based on this skill. The instant burst of the artifact, Uchiha Fan, plus Great Axe Slash is higher than that of the Great Fireball. It can definitely kill most monsters in this Grand Forest instantly. Nightmare level boss can also be killed in seconds, not to mention the king level, bull-headed behemoth. The two giant axe slash collided, and Uchiha's Fan instantly cut the tomahawk's tomahawk and the Minotaur into two pieces like it was chopped into a piece of tofu. Clean and crisp, instant kill. Looking at the three skills in the copied skill column that originally belonged to the bull-headed beast, Yufan felt extremely happy. So this is how Kakashi felt when he stole other people's ninjutsu and used it. Cool. Congratulations to the host for killing the bull-headed beast, successfully collecting life force, obtaining the Obito white mask bonus, increasing pupil power by 5 points, pupil power, 105 1000, opening the 3 Tomo Sharingan at a distance, and gaining the illusion ability. I really need 895 pupil points. Force. 3 Tomo Sharingan actually requires 1000 pupil powers. How many times do you have to clear Dark Forest? Fortunately, I'm going to break through soon, so I can clear a more advanced copy, which should be faster. As for the ability to copy, I feel like it's almost pointless just to use skills from monsters. You can play with the skills of other professionals and replace Horn Crash and Roar. But what kind of skills are more powerful together? I really want Kamui. It's really troublesome to have to sell it immediately every time the equipment is released. The first tool in Hokage is Tiantian, and the second tool is my brother too. Kamui space is very easy to use. I already have 600 points, and I'm still short of 4 million. I'm so short of money. I, Huang Sikong, can't possibly take over from you and be the president of the bullshit Bayota Chamber of Commerce. I must go to college and become a monster hunter and an adventurer. Do I not want you to go to college? You have changed your profession to become a divine eye appraiser, and have no combat skills at all. How can you be a monster hunter? If you don't find someone to guide you, you will just enter the dungeon, court death. Quote. Who decided which profession is a combat profession and which profession is a life profession? Why can't divine eye appraiser be a combat profession? It's just that no one has developed combat skills. Big deal, I will develop them myself. Quote. Let me ask you one last time, will you come back with me? Not going back. Okay, just stay here, I will freeze your bank card right away, and I will see how you play the dungeon and upgrade. Quote. As soon as Yufan released the copy, he witnessed a father-son scolding war. The father's mouth is like a naughty son, and the son's mouth is like an old thing. The content is quite ridiculous. To put it simply, the rich second generation has its own dreams and is unwilling to inherit billions of dollars in wealth. This is so funny, why don't I have a fortune worth hundreds of millions to inherit? Yufan knew both sides of the fight. Those are celebrities in Los Angeles, namely Huang Zhonglin, the current president of Bayota Chamber of Commerce, the first chamber of commerce in Los Angeles, and his son Huang Sikong, who is extremely active in public. Huang Sikong has medium long hair that reaches his chin, untied or tied, just scattered there. His face looks very mature. At first glance, he looks very much like the master in Let the Bullets Fly, Ma Bond. Adventurers here, listen, Huang Sikong shouted angrily. Which of you can lead me to practice for a month? When my father dies, I will give you half of the Bayota Chamber of Commerce. A gentleman's words are hard to chase, and he will never regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him were stunned. You are so filial to me, and you are so filial to me. But filial piety belongs to filial piety, no one dares to take this job. What Huang Sikong said would reach the ears of Huang Zhonglin, who had just left half an hour later. By then, Huang Zhonglin will be so angry that he will fly into a rage. If you take this job, it is very likely that Huang Zhonglin will find someone to hack him to death without even seeing a dime. Bayota Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Luo City, and it is easy to kill 1 or 2 low-level adventurers. To be honest, Yufan was very excited. If he had half the wealth of Bayota Chamber of Commerce, he could buy whatever he wanted in the system. By then, let alone the college entrance examination, Yufan alone can bulldoze the little Neon. Tengai Shinsei hits it a dozen times to see if Neon Island sinks. But just think about it. After more than 10 years of living as a social worker, Yufan has long been immune to this kind of promised wealth. As long as it cannot be given to you immediately, treat it as if you do not intend to give it to yourself. Yufan turned around and walked into the dungeon selection area, intending to start conquering the nightmare level dungeon that he had finally opened. I have the legendary equipment, Dragon Seeking Technique. Quote. Does anyone understand? I understand. Come and form a team with me and lead me to fight. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Huang Sikong took out a book-like equipment from his arms, then held it up and shouted loudly. Yufan's footsteps suddenly stopped. What the hell? Searching for the dragon. Tomb robbery notes, Dragon Searching Technique. The legendary auxiliary equipment in Dungeon and Baby Bus, an artifact that every bricklayer must have. There is no other reason, just because it can increase the amount of gold coins obtained. This world actually has this equipment. Yufan was stunned. You must know that this world copy will not explode gold coins, which will conflict with the equipment attributes. Moreover, Yufan had never seen this equipment in the equipment book of this world, so he always thought that this equipment did not exist. But if Yufan remembers it well, this piece of equipment actually has a heaven-defying attribute that can make money, which is that it can greatly increase the explosion rate of high-grade equipment. If the equipment Dragon Seeking Technique still exists in this world, then it is very likely that it will have this attribute. If that were the case, that would be awesome. A piece of rare equipment can be sold for millions of Dragon Nation coins. Thoughts were swirling in Yufan's mind, but everyone else here looked at each other, completely unaware of the use of the equipment Huang Sikong mentioned. You guys are so ignorant. The Dragon Seeking Technique can increase the equipment explosion rate, do you understand? Guy, don't lower your head, Master, I saw you. Huang Sikong looked around and suddenly spotted a bald man in the crowd and strode over. This person is the Magic Lancer, King Guy, who had a few words with Yufan before. Oh, young master, I really can't take you to clear the dungeon. If the master finds out about this, he will definitely kill me. Wang Guy begged with a mournful face. He couldn't afford to offend Huang Sikong, let alone Huang Zhonglin, and he really didn't want to give up such a good opportunity to make money this month. I, the young master, only do things and take responsibility for himself. I will definitely not. Huang Sikong, let me take you to fight. Yufan stepped forward and interrupted Huang Sikong. Like Huang Sikong, he was just a student. No matter what, Huang Zhonglin would never embarrass a student who was playing a copy. You, Huang Sikong looked up and down at the strange masked man in front of him who suddenly interrupted. Looking at your voice, you are also a recent graduate, right? Can you lead me? Just give it a try, I should be able to carry it. What do you mean you should be able to move? Forget it, I'll see for myself. As he spoke, a silver light lit up between Huang Sikong's forehead. The light was soft and not dazzling. Then a silver white eye appeared on Huang Sikong's forehead, almost like Erlang Shen's. Level 15, Attack, 50, Defense, 500, Speed, 55. Huang Sikong muttered. After looking at it for about 10 seconds, he immediately frowned. That's it, are you just teasing me, young master? Your attack power and speed are at the level of a normal hidden profession, except for your high defense. How do you lead me to draw pictures? I have no fighting ability at all. Huang Sikong looked at Yufan with disdain. Do you think, master, I am easy to deceive? Yufan knew the skill Huang Sikong had just used. This is the level 15 skill of the Divine Eye Appraiser, Sky Eye Check. It can check the basic information of everything in the world. The greater the level difference, the more difficult it is to check. Using this skill will put a certain amount of pressure on the eyes of the professional. What you see with this move is only Yufan's panel data, and Yufan's skill strength cannot be reflected. Moreover, the Uchiha fan is not in hand, so the attack power value cannot be increased without a weapon. If you install the Uchiha fan, the attack power will definitely increase dramatically. But Yufan didn't know how much it was, because the dog system actually said that checking the specific value of the equipment was an additional price. Of course Yufan can't get used to it, and he won't watch it if he doesn't want to. Sky Eye check, this skill is quite useful, I will have to copy it next time. Yufan started thinking about Huang Sikong's skills. But how to get Huang Sikong to follow him into the dungeon now? Just when Yufan was trying to make Huang Sikong believe in his own strength, Guy Wang next to him interjected. Master, I can testify that he is really fast, much faster than me, really. Faster than you. You're level 25, and he's level 15 and he's faster than you. I think you're just trying to amuse me. Oh, this young Master Huang has wronged me. I really saw it with my own eyes. He is really fast. Huang Sikong looked at Guy Wang suspiciously. Well, how about you accompany us for a walk? If he is really what you said, you can do your own thing. If he can't lead me, you can lead me. How about it? Otherwise, if he can't be beaten, wouldn't I be the master? Do you want to fold it inside? Huh, this isn't. Wang Gai immediately wanted to refuse. He now has 2 students in the team, and he will start with 1 more. At this time, if you rush into the dungeon with Huangxi, wouldn't you have to recruit people again? But then I thought about it, if he downloaded the dungeon with the masked man in front of him, wouldn't he be able to figure out how he cleared the dungeon quickly? And if he disagrees, Huang Sikong will definitely embarrass himself. After thinking about it, Guy Wang gritted his teeth and said, okay, then I will accompany you in the next dungeon. Guy Wang turned around and communicated with the 2 students behind him. One of the girls seemed willing to wait for him, but the boy seemed very angry and asked Guy Wang to return the money and left angrily. The 3 of them came to the dungeon entry area. To be on the safe side, we will fight the warriors. Before Guy Wang finished speaking, Yufan had already selected the copy, Dark Forest, a nightmare level. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were already standing in the first monster room of the dungeon. I said, have you made a mistake? Don't choose the dungeon so hastily, okay? This is a matter of life and death. Let me tell you, if there is danger, I will only be responsible for protecting Master Huang Sikong. The nightmare level is too difficult and I can't be separated. Guy Wang was very angry and said that although he witnessed Yufan quickly clearing the dungeon, the nightmare level was different from the other 4 levels. Its difficulty is at least 3 times that of king level. Yufan really thinks too highly of himself. Wang Gai looked at the 3 goblins in the distance. Completely different from the ordinary level ones who are stupid and thin, they are huge in size, holding hammers and maces, and they are not easy to mess with at first glance. It must be the kind of little boss you get in the first round when you're having fun in the cave. Hey, I'll go with you too. We must not be surrounded. Wang Gai tightened his grip on the gun in his hand and said nervously. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yufan walking over alone. The goblins spotted him immediately. Ga, ga. King Gai, go help him quickly. Roar. Before Huang Sikong finished speaking, a huge beast roar interrupted his words. This is the first room. Where did the roar of the bull-headed beast come from? Before they could react, Yufan had already pulled out his Uchiha fan and slapped the goblin in front of him 3 times. 3 goblins are directly a very cool person. In order to repay Yufan for fanning them, he directly threw out his materials and equipment. Let's go, Yufan said calmly. Huang Sikong and Wang Gai were confused for a while. What's the situation? Is this the end? Where are the 3 big goblins? While they were stunned, Yufan had already picked up all the exploded equipment and materials. This is all money. As the young master of Bayoda Chamber of Commerce, Wang Sikong naturally cannot have low vision. He could tell at a glance that the 3 times Yufan fanned just now were not activating skills at all, but just ordinary waving of the strange-looking fan. What's going on? His attack is only 50 points. Hiss, could it be? Huang Sikong turned his attention to the Uchiha fan in Yufan's hand. What kind of weapon is this, a fan? Huang Sikong couldn't help but open his eyes again and checked Yufan's numerical value. Attack, 2, 2, 1, 0. Nima, How much? How much? More than 2,000. Huang Xikong subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with his heavenly eye. But when he turned to look at Gai Wang, he clearly saw Gai's numerical value 875. Wang Gai had been the guard of the Huang family for a while, and Huang Xikong had a good time playing with him. He had some understanding of his attack value, which was around 800. After such a long time, Wang Gai may have strengthened his weapons or something, and it is reasonable for the attack to increase to 875. So this masked man really has more than 2,000 attacks. Level 15 is 3 times as powerful as King Gai at level 25. What is this guy's profession? Is there any profession whose weapon is a fan? Huang Xikong's CPU was almost burning, and he couldn't think of a reason. When he got to the next room, Yu Fan followed the same pattern. First use the roar skill to control AoE and stun all the cat monsters, then wave the Uchiha fan a few times and take them away in one wave. The efficiency is extremely high, and the cat monsters have no room for resistance. You, what is your profession? Wang Gai asked in disbelief. Originally, he thought that Yu Fan would be in a tough battle with the cat demon. Long-range professionals were not good at dealing with flexible monsters like the cat demon. But I didn't expect that the roar of the giant bull-headed beast before was actually Yu Fan's skill, which could directly control a large group of cat monsters. Gai Wang has always felt very good about his profession, Magic Lancer. Although it is not as good as Ghost Swordsman, it is still a warrior profession. Although the mage profession has AoE skills, it is fragile. Once it is approached by a monster, it is easily injured. But he has changed a bit now. If the damage is high enough and you have control skills, the mage profession is really powerful. But what is his profession? How come I haven't heard of it at all? Wang Gai scratched his bald head. My profession. It's normal that you don't know. I am the hidden profession, Black Tiger AFU. The name of the move just now is Tornado Destroys the Parking Lot. How about it? Isn't it cool? Quote. Black Tiger AFU is a hidden profession among hidden professions. It is extremely rare, so I can be so strong. Quote. Yu Fan opened his mouth and came. As a senior migrant worker, it is his basic ability to talk nonsense when seeing people, talk nonsense when seeing people, and talk nonsense without wanting to answer. Huang Xikong heard that Yu Fan was talking nonsense. As for Gai Huang, who did not read much, he nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you swipe so fast, that's why. What about your equipment? It should be of a very high grade. You're talking about this. This is the fan my grandma used to fan herself when lighting fires. Then I took it over and took a look. Guess what? It's a legendary weapon. Yu Fan said seriously. Is there such a thing? Wang Gai was stunned for a while. Then this weapon actually happens to be the weapon of the profession, Black Tiger AFU. Quote. Wang Gai was still a senior adventurer after all, he couldn't help but wonder. Seeing that he actually believed it, Yu Fan had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. Do you know what the most powerful thing about my equipment is? It can be used by any profession. When you are talking nonsense or bragging, the most embarrassing thing is to have an overly practical brother believe it. Then you have to blow this bullshit bigger and bigger. Yu Fan has already played Dark Forest 4 times, and he is familiar with it, leading the two of them to kill in seconds. It only took a few dozen seconds to reach the boss room. Yu Fan was stunned when he saw the colossal bull-headed beast. It is worthy of being a nightmare level dungeon. This boss is different from the previous full-bodied bull-headed beasts. He actually wears a full set of armor. The axe in his hand is not like the previous stone axes, but replaced by a steel axe. It's Torin's steel battle axe, a blue high-end giant sword weapon, worth a lot of money. Huang Xikong pointed to the axe and said, "What's wrong?" Yu Fan was a little confused. It is impossible for Huang Xikong not to know that the equipment in the monster's hand must be killed, flashed, and recognized by the Stone of Heaven in order to be effective for professionals. Huang Xikong pretended to be mysterious. With your roaring skills, is there any way to control this giant bull-headed beast? Yes, but what do you want to do? You'll find out later. Yu Fan nodded. Roar, skill activated. Yu Fan used all his strength to activate this skill, which was originally copied from the giant bull-headed beast. Sound waves enveloped the body of the giant bull-headed beast in layers. The giant bull-headed beast immediately began to feel dizzy and unable to stand. Then Yu Fan saw Huang Sikong running up quickly. He holds a simple book in his left hand, and his right hand emits a bright white light. Then, under the stunned gaze of the two men, he kicked the giant bull-headed beast, and then forcefully snatched the large and exaggerated battle axe from its hand. Okay, let's do it. Huang Sikong came back with a tomahawk. What does this mean? Before Yu Fan finished speaking, he saw the blue halo representing advanced light on the battle axe in Huang Sikong's hand. What this means is self-evident. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yu Fan and Wang Gai were simply stunned. What kind of operation is this that can actually grab equipment directly from the monster's hand? Huang Sikong looked at the shocked looks of the two people and nodded with satisfaction. How about it? This is an attribute of the dragon-seeking Jew. It can directly snatch equipment from the hands of living monsters, and it will definitely be recognized by the Stone of Heaven, but it can only be snatched equipment below Blue Advanced level. What the hell? But King Gai is uneducated and can talk the world with just one word. Yu Fan was also shocked when he heard about this function. This dragon-seeking technique is too powerful in this world. Maybe the Huang family's Bayoda Guild relied on this piece of equipment to start its business. Although there are restrictions below blue level, high-end equipment is also very valuable. Roar! While the three of them were talking, the giant bull-headed beast had woken up from its dizziness. It found out that its precious axe had been snatched away by the humans in front of it, and it immediately went crazy. You still dare to scream? Yu Fan turned his head and looked at the giant bull-headed beast maliciously. The giant bull-headed beast tightened its anus when he looked at it. 30 seconds later, Yu Fan put one foot on the head of the giant bull-headed beast and controlled it tightly. Huang Sikong, why are you still standing there? Get rid of its equipment. Huang Sikong was stunned for a moment before he realized that in addition to having good weapons, the boss of this, nightmare level, copy also had pretty good armor, almost all of which were high-grade blue heavy armor. So, as the bull-headed beast howled in pain, Huang Sikong stripped off all the equipment on it. Looking at the nightmare level, bull-headed monster on the ground. Don't tell me. Yu Fan sighed softly. Brother Niu, I don't want to be like this, but people die for money and birds die for food. I know you can definitely understand me. Being so humiliated, I'm sure you won't be able to survive. After all, I'm not a devil, so let me send you on your way. Yu Fan raised his Uchiha fan. Giant axe slash. With one strike, the bull-headed beast's health bar bottomed out instantly. The corpses of the boss and wild monsters will not disappear. The blood of the giant bull-headed beast spurts all over the ground, and the air is full of the smell of blood. Let's go, the fight is over. Yu Fan said calmly to the two people next to him. The meat of the giant bull-headed beast can be sold for a lot of money, why don't you bring it with you? Huang Si rushed out and asked. Yu Fan was still brewing his emotions just now, but suddenly his steps stopped. Brother Niu, what's that? I have no choice but to do it. I believe you can understand me. Bring it on. Okay, Gai Wang, go and do your work. This buddy and I are going to start brushing up. Huang Sikong waved to Gai Wang and sent him away, then turned to look at Yu Fan. Boss, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. I will follow you from now on. I still prefer your unruly look before, please restore it. Yu Fan smiled. If this was where you were, if I had known you were so awesome, boss, I would have hugged you. Just call me Yu Fan. Yu Fan Kaido. Okay, brother Fan, let's continue downloading the dungeon. Huang Sikong looked like a dog-legger. Before publishing the dungeon, we must first agree on how to divide the equipment in the dungeon to avoid conflicts in the end. Yu Fan said. After all, the main reason why Yu Fan took Huang Sikong with him was to make money quickly. That's needless to say. If you lead me to build the book, all the equipment and so on will be yours. Sure enough, he is the son of a rich family, Yu Fan thought to himself. Isn't your card blocked by your dad? You get 20% of the money from the equipment sales. After all, you have to steal equipment from monsters, which is a tiring job. Distribution according to work is the main principle. Forget the rest. No matter how much work you do, you will be paid as much as you want, and Yu Fan will not take advantage of him. Okay, no problem. Huang Sikong agreed readily. After the negotiation, Yufan and Huang Sikong dived into the copy. Yufan is responsible for controlling and killing monsters, while Huang Sikong is responsible for picking up equipment and materials. The efficiency is surprisingly high. The two of them didn't look like they were playing dungeons, but more like ghosts entering the village. Dark Murk Forest, Deep Murk Forest, Thunder Ruins, Poisonous Thunder Ruins. Yufan pushed Huang Sikong all the way, and his level kept rising. The other dungeons are all fine, except for one level 18 dungeon, Fire Graka. The boss inside is a coquettish beauty who uses fire magic. At first Huang Sikong was reluctant to take action. At Yufan's insistence, she finally went to unload her equipment. After all, it was money. And even though the other person appears to be a human, in the final analysis he is still a monster. How can a person feel compassion for a monster? But having said that, Yufan pushed her to the ground every time, and Huang Si rushed to pick off her equipment. She was on the ground screaming like crazy. That picture, no matter how you think about it, is very pervert. 2 days later, after 2 days of working on the map day and night, Yufan finally upgraded to level 21, and Huang Sikong also upgraded to level 20. The two of them were sitting in the boss room of Frost Dark Forest. Next it is the corpse of the boss. This boss looks very similar to the boss of Fire Graka. They are like twins. They are both very coquettish and beautiful, with extremely hot bodies. Of course, she was also stripped of all her equipment. Her body was still warm at this point. But Yufan and Huang Sikong are both people with moral bottom lines, and no one made such unreasonable suggestions as to test her depth while it was hot. There was a large amount of equipment placed on the ground in front of the two people. There are hundreds of them. It is estimated that even the vendors outside who specialize in selling equipment would be ashamed to see this amount. There are even several rare pieces of purple equipment among them. Ha ha ha, it's paid, it's paid. If the stubborn old man doesn't give me the money, don't I have no money to use, young master? Huang Sikong looked at the equipment very happily. What to do with these equipment? Yufan asked. As the son of the Bayoda Chamber of Commerce, Huang Sikong naturally knows better than him how to sell equipment to maximize profits. Sell the blue and white equipment to dealers, and sell the purple equipment yourself at the entrance of the dungeon, especially these 3 lightsabers. If you meet those who have changed their jobs to ghost swordsmen, then you will raise the price to death. Quote. Huang Sikong pointed to the 3 sword hilts on the ground that were shining with purple light. These are lightsabers. Only those with the skill, lightsaber mastery, can hold them as they should. Otherwise, it is just a sword without an edge. Okay, what now? Do you want to go back to the city to learn skills? Yufan asked. He himself has already lit up level 20 skills on the skill tree. Madara's skill tree provides him with 3 more skills at level 20. Fire style dust hidden. Spit out a cloud of high temperature dust forward. After the dust hits the ground, it will spread around and cause high temperature damage to the enemy. It will explode after a period of time. The caster can use the dust to hide himself. Taijutsu Grandmaster. Madara and his younger brother Izuna have been competing in taijutsu since childhood. During the 4th Ninja War, Madara easily suppressed the Ninja Alliance with his taijutsu. Summoning technique. Sign a contract with a creature in advance, or leave a mark on an object. When necessary, you can summon it from a distance, which is a kind of time and space ninjutsu. No need. Although our family's divine eye appraiser profession is a useless profession without any combat skills, it has the biggest advantage. It can be upgraded without skills. Every time our own level increases by 5 levels, the divine eye will automatically receive an enhancement. Quote. Huang Sikong pointed to his forehead and said, for example, now, in addition to checking the basic values of monsters and people, I can also check the equipment. To prove my words, Huang Sikong directly activated Sky Eye Check and looked at the Uchiha fan in Yufan's hand. He knew that Yufan must have deceived King Guy before, and he happened to be very interested in this fan weapon. Name: Uchiha Uchiwa Fan. Grade: Attack: 2560. Attributes. Looking at the large question mark, Huang Sikong was shocked. His father had told him before that with a level 20 Sky Eye, you could see equipment up to Orange Legend level. Doesn't that mean this fan is a Red Brilliant level or even a Golden Epic level equipment? This is strategic level equipment. The entire Bayota Chamber of Commerce couldn't produce a few pieces. Who is this guy? Your fan. Huang Sikong didn't know how to speak. It's nothing. My grandma used it to make fires. It's just 100 million points higher in grade. Yu Fan said calmly. Seeing that Yu Fan didn't say anything, Huang Sikong consciously changed the topic. What are you going to do next? Go out and sell equipment? Yu Fan shook his head and said grimly. I want to clean up Thunder Ruins again and capture that foul-mouthed Lord, Lei Gyno, to work for me. Quote. Now Yu Fan has the magical skill of summoning, and he can't wait to try it. Thunder Gyno is the strongest goblin in the Grand Forest Dungeon and has the power to summon thunder and lightning. The most important thing is that it can also speak human words, has a very bad mouth, and is extremely arrogant. As a dungeon lord, you can be resurrected indefinitely, and you can enjoy being a bad-mouthed adventurer. Moreover, the weapon in his hand is still a lord's artifact, and its grade is too high, so Yu Fan can't steal its equipment. Yu Fan had already decided when he fought it for the first time. You need to make it your own summoning beast and do some dirty work for yourself. Whether it agrees or not. Hey, after finishing this round, my Sharingan will have 3 Magatama. With the ability to perform illusions, can it still be controlled? Thunder Ruins, copy. Congratulations to host for reaching 1000 pupil power, opening 3 Tomo Sharingan, and gaining illusion ability. Current pupil power. 1002, 3000, 1998 short of opening Mangekyō Sharingan. After clearing a room of monsters, Yu Fan's Sharingan successfully advanced to 3 Magatama, gaining the power to release illusions through Sharingan. As soon as I entered the boss room, I heard a hoarse voice. Human beings, are you done yet? You think I'm easy to bully? See if I don't kill you this time. Simple bad breath, ultimate enjoyment. This dwarf goblin, whose body was covered in snow white, started spraying immediately upon meeting him. It was Gyno, the king of thunder and lightning of Grand Forest. It relies on the Lord's artifact in its hand, the full moon scimitar, which can summon a large number of thunder and lightning, and can control the landing point of thunder and lightning to a certain extent. Countless adventurers die in this boss room every year. What do you have to say about this guy? Don't you just rely on the weapons in your hands? Without weapons, you are just a waste. Every time Huang Sikong came to this room, he would have a friendly interaction with Gyno. Gia, you loser has the nerve to talk. Why don't you come and grab my full moon scimitar? Come and grab it. Grab it and see if it's useful. This is my magic weapon. Only I can use it. And you, wearing a hideous black robe and a strange mask, you actually want to steal my weapon, so you can't help me. Gyno waved the full moon scimitar in his hand, and thunder suddenly rolled over Yu Fan's head, and several blue thunder lights fell from the sky. When Yu Fan and Huang Sikong fought against Gyno for the first time, they tried to use the dragon-seeking Ju to snatch Gyno's full moon scimitar. Of course, if it fails, Zunlong Ju can only grab blue high-level and white ordinary-level equipment. But their behavior was resented by Gyno. Every time Yu Fan and the others came in, they called him a stinker. Yu Fan is now level 21 and possesses Madara's Taijutsu Grandmaster skill, so he has no pressure to avoid these thunderstorms. Seeing that Yu Fan's movements had become several times more agile than before, Gyno was annoyed and waved his scimitar continuously, constantly stimulating the power of thunder. Thunder fell like raindrops. Maid, this knife is really useful, you can't even snatch it away. Yu Fan said regretfully. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind. Since only Gyno can use this knife, I might as well. Gyno, Yu Fan shouted. Gyno looked at Yu Fan subconsciously, wondering what medicine he was selling in his gourd. It's over, not good. The moment he cast his gaze over, Gyno realized that he had been tricked. What it saw was a pair of blood-red eyes, in which 3 Magatama slowly rotated, exuding a strange aura. 3 Tomo Sharingan, basic illusion. Gyno, who was under the illusion, stood there blankly. Yu Fan walked over with a smile, lifted Gyano's leg, and waved it towards the open space in front of him. In an instant, a large piece of thunder fell, burning the grass black. Ha ha ha, didn't I say that only you can use this scimitar? Well, you hold the scimitar and I hold you. If I swing it, it will have the same effect. Perfect solution. Huang Xikong next to him was dumbfounded by Yufan's series of operations. How could it still be like this? In addition to the copy, Yufan has successfully signed a very equal summoning contract with Lele Gyno. When necessary in the future, you can summon it and use it as a weapon. Huang Xikong sold all his blue and white equipment. It actually sold more than 4 million yuan, which was somewhat beyond Yufan's expectation. I am only 400 points short of unlocking a Mangekyō skill. I originally thought I had to open Mangekyō first and then save enough money. Unexpectedly, with the blessing of Huang Xikong's Zunlongju equipment, he actually had to save enough money first. On the contrary, I am still far short of the eye power required to open Mangekyō. There were also several valuable purple clothes. Huang Xikong found a street stall and planned to wait for a few wealthy people to make a killing. Just when the two of them sat down, a vendor next to them suddenly started shouting excitedly. Geniuses who have just awakened the ghost swordsman profession this year, look over here. Quote. The lightsaber that just came out of the dungeon. Dark fluorescent sword, level 18 white common, those who want to take the sword soul path, hurry up. Quote. It's probably this year's one. Whoever buys it will be the most handsome boy in this year's college entrance examination. There are rumors recently that Master Sword God will come to our Luo city to find his disciples this year. Whoever has a lightsaber will surely shine in the college entrance examination. If he is favored by the Sword God, his future will be immeasurable. To say that the strongest path to the Dragon Kingdom is naturally the Sword Soul stream where Master Sword God belongs. It was developed until the Second Awakening. It was a prestigious profession in the Dragon Kingdom, and people would look down upon it wherever they went. Therefore, most people who switch to the Ghost Swordsman profession will want to take the Sword Soul path. The profession, Sword Soul, has a skill, lightsaber mastery, that makes all other Ghost Swordsmen extremely jealous. This level 15 skill can be said to be the powerful core and foundation of the Sword Soul genre. The Sword Soul, who holds a lightsaber, and the Sword Soul, who doesn't hold a lightsaber, are completely different professions. But this lightsaber, which is crucial to Sword Souls, has a fatal flaw, that is, its output is extremely low. The shipment volume is less than 1% of other mainstream professions. It is destined that the price of lightsabers must be extremely expensive. Even in many cases, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy a lightsaber of the right grade. Especially during the college entrance examination, whenever a low-level lightsaber appears, it will be immediately bought at a high price. The dim fluorescent sword, in the hands of this vendor, is absolutely of great significance to those who want to follow the Sword Soul stream. I want this sword. A pretty girl squeezed out of the crowd. She was holding an ancient sword in her hand and her skin was abnormally white. Bai Xiaoxiao. Yufan immediately recognized this girl as her classmate Bai Xiaoxiao. She and Yufan had a good relationship. How much do you want to sell this dim fluorescent sword? Bai Xiaoxiao looked nervously at the arrogant hawker. In this situation, no matter what price the vendor offers, as long as she can afford it, she will definitely buy it. Only with a lightsaber can one enter a key university steadily in the college entrance examination. The vendor touched his chin and looked Bai Xiaoxiao up and down, then asked tentatively, 3 million. Yufan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Are you selling a white dress for 3 million? Ordinary white equipment only costs a few thousand yuan apiece. Lightsabers are rarer. The price is dozens of times, or at most 100 times. 1 million is as high as the sky. What you are doing is even more outrageous than TF Boys concert tickets. Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to be very confused when he heard the price, and frowned tightly. She happens to have just over 3 million. It has to be said that these equipment dealers are very vicious. How much money you have can be ripped off. They can guess just by looking at what you're wearing. After struggling for a few seconds, Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Okay, deal, just 300. Just as Yufan was about to stand up and stop Bai Xiaoxiao, he was stopped by Huang Xikong with a smirk on his face. Then I heard a loud shout from the crowd outside. I'll pay 3.5 million. I'll pay 3.5 million. The one who quoted me was a yellow guy about 1.7 meters tall. He looks ordinary, with slightly sunken cheeks, but he is very energetic. It gives people a feeling of kidney deficiency, and then I want to take medicine to replenish it, but because the deficiency is too severe, the deficiency cannot be replenished. The equipment all over his body is brilliant and uniform in style. It is actually a complete set of purple clothes. In addition to its own attributes, if the equipment is worn as a set, it will also have a set effect bonus. It's just that in this small Grand Forest dungeon area, it's rare to see someone wearing a complete set of equipment. Complete sets of blue outfits are rare, let alone complete sets of purple outfits like the one he is wearing. The crowd around became commotion. It's the young master of Mei's Chamber of Commerce, Mangekyō. What? Mangekyō actually changed his profession and became a ghost swordsman. Quote. You don't even know this. The Mei Chamber of Commerce has been promoting it for a long time. Mangekyō and his sister Mei Yushang are a ghost swordsman, a creator, and a double star. They are simply the envy of other families. Quote. Oh my God, this piece of equipment is so blinding to my eyes. Look at it, his equipment has all been strengthened. Judging by the color, it's likely that it has been strengthened to +5 or above. It's so inhumane. The profession is good and the equipment is good. If there is another lightsaber, hiss. Mangekyō will probably dominate this year's Los Angeles college entrance examination. Quote. The Lei Gongzui hawker immediately beamed when he saw the visitor. Hey, isn't this Mr. Mei? Do you also want to take the sword soul path? Quote. A young man about the same age as Mangekyō next to him curled his lips. What are you talking about? Since Brother Ba has changed his profession to become a ghost swordsman, of course he must take the strongest path. Quote. Hey, yes, of course. Stop talking nonsense. 3.5 million, can you sell it? Sell, of course. The vendor took out the gray sword hilt from his arms. Why are you like this? Didn't you agree to sell it to me? Bai Xiaoxiao was extremely anxious when he saw that the lightsaber in his hand had been cut off. HMPH. Mangekyō snorted with his nose. This is a personal transaction, how can we say yes or no? Of course, the one with the highest price will get it. I know you, Bai Xiaoxiao, one of the 3 ghost swordsmen in Nanchang this year, right? He looks pretty good. Quote. Mangekyō casually threw a card to the vendor, then took the gray hilt of the sword. With a thought, the lightsaber mastery skill is activated. A dim yellow fluorescence emitted from the hilt, and the shape of the sword's blade was vaguely visible. Mangekyō waved it casually a few times, so fast that he could only see the afterimage of the sword body. With his left hand, he drew out the level 15 blue-equipped sword, katana, he had used before and put it in front of him, then slashed it with the lightsaber on his right hand. There was a buzzing sound. The sword's blade broke in response, and the fracture was as smooth as a mirror. Good. What a sword. It's indeed a lightsaber, but it's different. Mangekyō was overjoyed. Compared with other swords, lightsabers have 2 most obvious advantages. 1. Unparalleled lightness. Sword souls can swing swords at speeds that are difficult to discern with the naked eye. One of the conditions for using Sword Soul's level 45 ultimate move, Phantom Sword Dance, is that a lightsaber must be used. Second, it is extremely sharp and the sword body will not be damaged. As a swordsman, if your sword is broken on the battlefield, you can imagine the consequences, but with a lightsaber, you will not have this worry. As long as the energy in the user's body is not exhausted, the lightsaber's blade can never be broken. If you want to destroy the lightsaber, you can only attack the hilt in your hand. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at the lightsaber in Mangekyō's hand with a complicated expression, his eyes full of longing. But she really can't come up with more money, and even if she can come up with 3.5 million, Mangekyō will definitely come up with more. Bai Xiaoxiao, how about this? My people have gone to other cities to find lightsabers. As long as you join my Mei family now, if I get a better lightsaber before the college entrance examination, I will lend you this one. How about it? Mangekyō saw Bai Xiaoxiao's reluctance and suggested with evil intentions. Stop talking about your bullshit. All the lightsabers around will be taken away by the Bayota Chamber of Commerce. Where can you, the Mei Chamber of Commerce, find better lightsabers? Huh, suddenly someone made rude remarks. Mangekyō was stunned and turned to look at the person who spoke. What caught the eye was an old face. Mangekyō sneered disdainfully. Oh, who do I think you are? It turns out to be the eldest young master of the Byoda Chamber of Commerce. If Master Huang is not happily hugging the maid in the Chamber of Commerce, what are you doing in this dungeon area? This is not the place for a life like a divine eye appraiser place. Quote. Huang Sikong's expression changed. Dignified ghost swordsman, how many levels have you upgraded in the past 2 days? 1 level a day. Now I'm level 17. In a few days, I'll reach level 20. I'll learn the Re-Ghost Sword technique and Silver Light Falling Blade skills developed by Master Sword God. Plus with this equipment and this lightsaber, how can I be my opponent in the Luocheng College entrance examination? Mangekyō's kidney-deficient face was full of arrogance. Huang Sikong smiled to himself. If Mangekyō knew that he was already level 20, he didn't know how he would react. No opponent, I don't think so. Mangekyō raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, what? I dare to ask the divine eye appraiser for your advice. Quote. Don't take it seriously, but if I take this out, how should you respond? Huang Sikong had a monkey-like expression on his face and took out a sword hilt under Mangekyō's blank eyes. Level 20 Purple Rare Lightsaber, Aurora Sword. Special attribute. It can enhance the damage of the user's level 20 skills by 10%. Quote. With Yufan's super high drawing efficiency and the blessing of dragon seeking technique, they exploded this sword in the boss room of Flame Graka. The whole place was silent and the birds were silent. Aurora Sword. Isn't this the sword that Master Sword God wore when he was at level 20? An older adventurer was the first to break the silence, tremblingly. The crowd exploded instantly. The damage of level 20 skills is increased by 10%. What kind of monster attribute is this? Oh my god. This is a level 20 purple outfit. It's much better than that level 18 dim fluorescent sword. If this lightsaber is pushed all the way through the college entrance examination, maybe it will really be noticed by the sword god. Quote. Huang Sikong smiled at the stunned Mangekyō, then turned to look at Bai Xiaoxiao. Sister, I plan to sell you this sword for 6 million. How much money you have? Give it to me first, and give me the rest before the college entrance examination. Ah, sell it to me. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Huang Sikong in disbelief. Yes, I'll sell it to you. After receiving Huang Sikong's affirmative reply, Bai Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and quickly took out the card containing 3.1 million from his pocket. Although she is still short of 3 million, she can still get it together by herself at home. If her parents hear about this sword, they will definitely agree to her buying it. Nah, Huang Sikong. Mangekyō had long lost his initial calmness and stared angrily. You don't do business like this. As a businessman, how can you do business like this? Huang Sikong curled his lips disdainfully. Isn't that what you said? This is a personal transaction, so of course I can sell it to whomever I want. You. Mangekyō was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His chest kept rising and falling, and his eyes were staring at the Aurora Sword, like a dog that had been starved for 5 days staring at meat. But, it's not impossible to sell it to you. Huang Sikong changed the topic. But you have to get this number. He gestured an 8 to Mangekyō. Mangekyō was stunned, and then relaxed. Was he doing this just to get more money? Haha, that's right. You will be a businessman from now on. How can a businessman be successful if he doesn't care about money? 8 million, right. Mangekyō took out all the cards on his body and threw them in front of Huang Sikong. This time he came out with a lot of money, just over 8 million left. But Huang Si was impulsive and had no intention of giving the Aurora Sword to Mangekyō. Master Mei, you misunderstood. I mean, 80 million. Chapter 21. Not to mention Mangekyō, even Yufan who was standing on the side watching Huang Sikong raise his price was shocked. 80 million. What kind of lion is this? This is the big mouth of the megalodon. One bite will bite off Mangekyō's head. And he bit off both heads. Mangekyō looked at Huang Sikong without saying a word, his chest heaving violently, and his whole face was visibly congested. After about 5 seconds, he spoke word by word. Huang Sikong, are you so poor that you are crazy? 80 million, why didn't you say 800 million? Huh. Huang Sikong smiled and said, 800 million. I think so too. Isn't it because you don't have any? You, what are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want me to sell it to Bai Xiaoxiao? You have to think clearly. Without this sword, you are absolutely no match for Bai Xiaoxiao. Your equipment is not enough to make up for, Aurora, the difference between sword and gloomy fluorescent sword. Quote. Huang Xikong kept Mei Jiba in check. Where is the sword god? He might only accept one disciple. Mei Jiba's face became more and more ugly. He knew that Huang Xikong was going to kill him today. Now that the Aurora sword has appeared, no matter who gets this sword, he will definitely shine in the exam and surpass himself. If you miss the opportunity to become a disciple of the sword god, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Compared with becoming a disciple of the sword god, 80 million is nothing. There are 8 million in the card, and there are 72 million left. I will give it to you after the college entrance examination is over at the end of the month. Mei Jiba gritted his teeth and said. Huang Xikong took out a pen and paper from his storage ring. Come on, make an IOU. It is useless for minors to write IOUs, but for people like Huang Xikong and Mei Jiba, if they write IOUs, the Chamber of Commerce will pay them back no matter what for their own reputation. IOU. With so many people here, will I, Mei Jiba, still rely on you? Stop talking nonsense, I'm in a hurry too. Mei Jiba let out a long breath, took the pen and paper, and wrote out an IOU. Huang Xikong took the IOU and said, the writing is so ugly. Then he threw the Aurora sword on the ground in front of Mei Jiba. Mei Jiba was too lazy to talk nonsense with Huang Xikong and took the lightsaber he bought for 80 million. The lightsaber mastery skill is activated. Compared with the blurry blade of the fluorescent sword, the purple light blade of the Aurora sword is as solid as the blade, and you can feel the biting coldness on it even from a distance. That sharpness that cut through everything made Mei Jiba's heart skip a beat. It is indeed the sword of the Lord Sword God back then. It is too powerful. With this sword, it is not impossible to clear the king-level dungeon alone. Mei Jiba was overjoyed and immediately felt that his 80 million was well spent. He glanced at Huang Xikong with contempt. This short-sighted businessman thought he had made a profit. With this sword, the college entrance examination in more than 20 days will be my own stage. By then, I will become a disciple of the sword god. The first one will destroy you, the Bayota Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention 80 million, any amount of money belongs to me. Well, Mei Jiba, since you already have the Aurora sword, can you transfer the gloomy fluorescent sword to me? Quote. Bai Xiaoxiao on the side said pitifully that she was cut off by Mei Jiba twice, but there was nothing she could do about it. Mei Jiba looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, transfer it to you. That's okay. Either you pay 10 million, or you join my Mei family and I'll give it to you for free. 10 million. Bai Xiaoxiao's already fair face became even paler. The previous hawker had already raised the price for 3 million, but Mei Jiba was even more ruthless. He actually said that he would sell a piece of white clothing for 1 million. 10 million. This makes it clear that he doesn't want to sell it to Bai Xiaoxiao. Come into my Mei family, I won't treat you badly. Mei Jiba's eyes wandered over Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao was not good at socializing, so after so many twists and turns, he was already a little teary-eyed. Shut your stinky mouth, Huang Xikong interrupted Mei Jiba. Maid, you're done today, right? What do you want to do? Mei Jiba was so angry that Huang Xikong made him angry today. Huang Xikong ignored Mei Jiba and turned to look at Bai Xiaoxiao. Didn't I say I'll sell you the lightsaber? But haven't you already? What's the hurry? I didn't say anything. I only have an Aurora sword. Quote. Huang Xikong took out something from the storage ring as he spoke. Everyone took a closer look. It wasn't anything else, it was an Aurora sword, that was exactly the same as the sword in Mei Jiba's hand. I'll sell it to you. It's 6 million as agreed. You can give me as much as you can now, and I'll give you the rest later. Everyone present. Bai Xiaoxiao was overjoyed when he saw the Aurora sword handed over by Huang Xikong. He didn't expect that things would develop like this. But Bai Xiaoxiao felt a little guilty. Mei Jiba just spent 80 million to buy this sword, and now he immediately spent 6 million to buy the same one. Bai Xiaoxiao turned his head and glanced at Mei Jiba, and sure enough he found that he was furious and his whole body was shaking. Mei Jiba tightly held the Aurora sword in his hand. He knew that he had been tricked by Huang Sikong. What Huang Sikong said before has been hinting that his Aurora sword is unique in this year's college entrance examination. Whoever gets it will have an advantage. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so easy to spend 80 million. You know, there is only one piece of the same thing in the world, and the price is completely different from having two pieces. Thank you, Master Huang. Thank you, Master Huang. Bai Xiaoxiao thanked him repeatedly. You don't need to thank me, thank my elder brother. All these equipments were made by my elder brother. Huang Sikong pointed to Yufan, who was wearing a white mask. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at this strange man and walked up to Yufan with some embarrassment. Thank you, brother. Bai Xiaoxiao didn't know how to call Yufan, so he had to call after Huang Sikong. Ha ha ha, this girl is so cute. The purple armor at level 20 can be strengthened to +8. You know, remember to go to Bayota Chamber of Commerce to strengthen the sword. Send my name and I'll give you a discount. Huang Sikong said cheerfully. Having killed Mei Jiba hard, he was in a good mood. Upon hearing the words, I'll give you a discount, Mei Jiba, who was on the verge of breaking out, instantly broke through his defense. Huang Sikong, Laozi will chop you to death. When Mei Jiba mentioned Aurora sword to Huang Sikong, it was the sword soul's signature skill, 3 stages slash. The skill, triple slash, is not only an attack skill, but also a displacement skill. While swinging the sword forward, it will also rush forward at an extremely fast speed. When using a lightsaber, it can break through the limit on the number of stages and reach 5 stages. Whether it is an assassination or a breakout, he is very domineering and is one of the most practical skills in the early stages of Soul Sword. Facing Mei Jiba's sudden attack, Huang Sikong was very calm. There was a pervert with an attack power of over 2,000 standing next to him. How could Mei Jiba be able to move him? Sure enough, at the moment when the Aurora sword made its 3rd slash, Huang Sikong's familiar big fan suddenly appeared. With lightning speed, Mei Jiba was swatted away with a fan. The embarrassed Mei Jiba struggled to get up and looked at Yufan in surprise. Who are you? A passing common rider. Just a passing common rider. Yufan said casually. He wanted to say this. They are all people who have died once, so they can do whatever they want, which is very reasonable. What kind of bullshit common rider do you dare to fight my Mr. Mei? Mei Jiba's follower quickly went up and helped Mei Jiba up. Master, do you want to call the thugs over? Huh, do you understand the value of common rider? Don't talk about your master, even your president is here. I, common rider, still don't dare to fight. Yufan was immediately unhappy. Mei Jiba narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in black robe and white mask in front of him. Who is this guy? I have never heard of such a number 1 figure in the Huang family. The slap he just took on himself was so easy and effortless. He himself used the Aurora sword. No, Mei Jiba said calmly. He knew that even if he called those thugs who were less than level 30, it would be difficult to gain anything from this person. Some things don't have to be solved by taking action. Go and call Yu Yanran over to me. It's just a career, but I can't cure you. Mei Jiba stared at Huang Sikong with an extremely arrogant smile. On the other hand, Huang Sikong's face turned gloomy the moment he heard these words. Yufan perked up and realized that Yu Yanran was obviously a woman. She seemed to have a big melon. Combined with Huang Sikong's job change. Hiss, no way, can't it be so typical? Even if it is so classic, as a person with a moral bottom line, I cannot watch 8 trigrams nearby. Yufan ran to the side and bought a pack of melon seeds. Soon, Yu Yanran was brought over. She is tall, wearing a steel breastplate and a silver white war skirt, and holds a golden cane in her hand. Stubbornness is written all over his little face. Huang Sikong, we are childhood sweethearts. I know you like me, and I also like you quite a bit. But fate has it in me. I am a light prayer, a hidden auxiliary combat profession. I must be with a powerful warrior profession in order to exert my greatest strength and have a future. And you are the family profession, divine eye appraiser. This profession is not bad, but it is just not suitable for me. I also thought about giving up the opportunity to become a strong person and be with you. Anyway, you are very rich. Even if we can't become strong, we can still live a good life. I thought about it for a long time, but I still couldn't convince myself that if I choose this way, I will definitely regret it in the future. I must go to college, I must become stronger, and see the scenery on the top of the world. For the future of the Yu family and myself, I have decided to get engaged to Mangekyō after the college entrance examination. Just give up, it's impossible for us. Yu Yanren's voice was choked with sobs, but her tone was extremely decisive. Huang Sikong lowered his head, his face hidden by his hair, so no one could see his expression. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Yu Yanren with burning eyes. Coming, the classic lines are coming. Yu Fan's melon-eating soul burned brightly. If I could get into the same university as you, would you choose me or Mangekyō? Huang Sikong, are you a licker? I really misjudged you. Should I say this kind of line at this time? Ha, don't be ridiculous. Yanren is an auxiliary combat profession. You can team up with others to take the college entrance examination, that is, me. Do you understand? Mangekyō laughed loudly. Going to the same university as me? You loser. Halfway through his words, a handful of melon seeds hit Mangekyō in the face. Just when he was confused, Yu Fan stood up and said, "You are so arrogant. 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully young people into poverty." Mangekyō looked at this strange man who suddenly jumped out again, and his mind was completely at a loss. I said, "Brother, who the hell are you? It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that I have to say this at this time. The silky little combo must be full." Mangekyō rubbed his head wildly. What the hell are you talking about? He couldn't understand what Yu Fan was saying at all, and felt a dull pain in his trigeminal nerve, and he was about to go crazy. Maid, forget it. You're a loser and you're a lunatic. You two can play by yourselves. Young master, I have absolutely no way to communicate with you. Hey, we haven't made a 3-year agreement yet, why did you leave? Mad, do you know how to play? Yu Fan looked at Meiji Hockey's back with dissatisfaction as he left in a hurry and muttered. Hey, Huang Sikong, I've finished the Grand Forest Dungeon. If I try again, I won't get much experience. I'm going to go to the mountains to fight wild monsters now. What do you think? There are 2 types of monsters, one is a replica monster formed by the power of heaven, and the other is a real wild monster living in the wild. The levels of wild monsters are uneven, some are low level, and some are high level. They are larger in number and relatively more dangerous. I'm going. Huang Sikong was full of fighting spirit. Yu Fan was stunned and thought to himself, you are probably still thinking about saving Yu Yanren, you are licking her until you have nothing left. No, I have to turn the plot into a cool plot today. Otherwise, my ideas will not be clear. The wild monsters in the mountains are not as dangerous as in the dungeon. It doesn't matter, I have the means to protect myself. You don't have to worry about me at the critical moment. A means of self-protection. Yu Fan remembered that just now Huang Sikong seemed to have said that he wanted to enter the same university as Yu Yanren. The divine eye appraiser must have no fighting ability anymore. It seems that there is some special fighting method. Okay, Yu Fan nodded. It is beneficial to bring Huang Sikong with you. Although teaming up will result in slightly less experience, Huang Sikong has the dragon-seeking technique, which can increase the explosion rate of equipment. Yu Fan now has to kill a lot of wild monsters and evolve 3 Tomo Sharingan into Mangekyō. The experience of these monsters is enough to raise the level to above level 25, but if you want to raise it to level 30 before the college entrance examination, it is impossible to obtain level 30 skills. After level 25, the experience required for upgrading will explode. So Yu Fan doesn't lack experience now, he just lacks money. Having Mangekyō Sharingan but no skills is like having 98k but no bullets. Although Huang Sikong just cheated Mangekyō of 80 million, to put it bluntly, he only paid 8 million before the college entrance examination, plus the 4 million he pretended to be, for a total of 12 million. Take 80% for yourself, which is 9.6 million. In other words, I now have 1560 points, which is only enough to buy 1 Mangekyō skill. Buying Kamui is only enough for a single Kamui. It doesn't matter whether you buy the left eye or the right eye. It is best to buy 2 together. In addition to Kamui, Amaterasu is also very practical in the college entrance examination. The black flame that does not go out allows Yufan to continuously kill monsters and gain points with just one move. So Yufan needs at least 15 million more to be fully prepared before the college entrance examination. As long as you bring Huang Sikong with you and the blessing of the dragon-seeking technique, it shouldn't be difficult to get the 15 million. Okay, without further ado, go buy some food and paper, and then we'll set off. Yufan looked at his skill bar, where he found his newly acquired AoE skill, Fire Style Dust Hide. The upper limit of the summoning spell is now 5, but so far I have only made one Thunderbolt Gyno to use as a weapon. Another goal when going to the mountains is to catch a few useful summoning beasts. Set the mountain on fire. The two entered the Grand Forest from the south and headed all the way to the northwest corner. There is a huge valley there, Monkey Valley, which is inaccessible to people. Almost all the monsters in it are concentrated between level 15 and level 25. The most numerous of them is a wild monster called the Wooden Monkey, which is why the Monkey Valley got its name. They live in groups on trees in the valley. If someone enters their territory, they will use their natural skill, wooden arrows, to attack on the tree. When the monkey group activates the wooden arrow skill together, it will form a shower of arrows, which is hard to guard against. However, they can attack and move at high speed in the trees to avoid enemy attacks. Most people can't do anything with them. This is why it is so inaccessible. But the wooden monkey, like all other wood monsters, is afraid of fire. Therefore, this is a perfect place for Yufan to set fire to spawn monsters. The outer areas of the Grand Forest are basically filled with monsters below level 10, and they generally don't dare to approach humans, so Yufan have unimpeded access. But as soon as we entered a little deeper into the forest, monsters began to appear frequently blocking the way. The first one to appear was a level 18, Twisted Tree Spirit. Twisted Tree Spirit is a wood-type monster with a tough body and strong resistance to blows. Its attack method is to quickly swing branches and attack like a whip. It is best to use fire skills or blade attacks. Blunt weapons and fighting skills will be infinitely weakened in front of Twisted Tree Spirit. Yufan directly fired Great Fireball to send it home. Then a level 20, Water Boblin, appeared, a mutant relative of the goblin and a wild monster that was good at using water. Its body can be hydrated like a logia fruit, making it a very difficult monster to deal with. But Yufan has lightning-type attacks. He first quickly summoned the Thunder Gyno, then picked up its calf and swung it around. Several thunderbolts hit Shwebobulin, directly electrocuting him to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Hydration. Even if there are impurities in the water, it will conduct electricity. If you have the ability, you can turn it into pure water. Everything was perfect except that Gyno was a bit hopeless due to the thunder. The third monster is a psychedelic elf, a spiritual monster who is good at using illusions and can kill people without knowing it. The results are of course self-evident. Playing illusions in front of Sharingan is just a trick and brings humiliation to oneself. After Yufan killed the psychedelic elf, a fourth monster soon appeared. Brother Fan, this situation doesn't seem to be normal. Huang Sikong frowned. Yufan nodded. Monsters appeared one after another, and each time the monsters were different, special methods were required to deal with them. It's so targeted that even a fool can see there's something wrong with it. This was obviously someone testing them. Wonder what the weaknesses of both of them are. Boss, what is the profession of this masked guy? How come he has all kinds of attack methods? A yellow man holding a telescope said incredulously. They have tried many monsters, and none of them can make the masked man even a little embarrassed. No matter what profession you are in, you should have your own shortcomings. How can you be so versatile? The pockmarked man called the boss didn't speak, he just looked at it carefully with a telescope. Oh, didn't I tell you? The profession of this masked man is Black Tiger AFU, which is a rare profession among rare professions. It's normal that you haven't seen it before. Can't you just be more direct and go straight to it? Quote. A bald man with a fleshy face and a beer belly said impatiently next to him. That's right, this person is none other than Guy, the guy who painted the picture with Yufan. He glanced at him and said, Tang Mazi, the #1 bandit in the Grand Forest, made 2 students afraid to go directly and kept testing him endlessly. Shut up your stinky mouth. Our boss needs your guidance on how to do things. And the dragon-seeking technique, equipment you mentioned, it's best if it really has it. If we kill someone but don't have anything in the end, the end will be 10,000 times worse than death. Quote. Huang Mao said viciously. Wang Gai couldn't help but shuddered. Okay, let's do it. No more testing. Nothing will come out of testing. At this moment, Pockmarked stood up and spoke in a calm tone. When he stood up, he took out a pair of small round sunglasses and put them on his face. Although it was only for a moment, Wang Gai still saw his breathtaking purple eyes. Yu Fan led Huang Sikong to kill monsters all the way. Although it was a bit annoying, it was not strenuous. Quickly approach your destination. Coming. Yu Fan's figure froze. He has been driving the Sharingan since he entered the Glen Forest. He can clearly see the slightest movement around him. Coming. What's coming? Huang Sikong was startled and looked around. In the surrounding woods, they saw 7 or 8 people slowly surrounding them. My classmate is so sharp and powerful. He is indeed a hidden profession. The voice was hoarse, low, and the tone was neither urgent nor slow, and very oppressive. Yu Fan calmed down and realized that the person speaking was a strong man wearing sunglasses walking towards him. His face was full of pockmarks, which was very scary. When I was a child, my mother would often threaten me by saying, if you don't eat all your food, you will become pockmarked when you grow up. However, I have never seen what the so-called pockmarks look like. I gained some knowledge today. I don't know if you are looking for money or trouble. Yu Fan asked coldly. If you are looking for trouble, you have no choice but to fight. If you are looking for money, you have no choice but to fight. Now he has a problem. If the other party wants to steal your money but can't beat you, can you steal the other party's money? There's no problem with the logic, it's reasonable. Ha ha ha, my classmate is exaggerating. We just heard that our classmate's profession is a rare profession among rare professions, called Black Tiger AFU, so we came here to see it. Quote. The pockmarked face was cheerful, looking like he was at ease. Yu Fan was stunned. He thought to himself, didn't I pick this name out randomly to fool that guy? How come these people know about it? Then he remembered that he had previously fooled Guy by saying that the Uchiha fan was used by his grandmother to make fires, and it was also a universal weapon for all professions. He immediately figured out that Guy Wang was responsible for this group of co-authors. I'm afraid the goal is his, Uchiha fan, and maybe Huang Sikong's dragon-seeking technique. Yu Fan's face gradually darkened, not to mention that it is impossible to give them my Uchiha fan, even Huang Sikong's dragon-seeking technique is absolutely impossible to give them. Then what do you want to know? Yu Fan Uchiha has made a round fan and is ready to use it at any time. The pockmarked face raised a brow, and he knew that this fan should be the legendary weapon that the bald man mentioned. Now that the fan has appeared, the dragon-seeking technique probably also exists. His face was pockmarked and his heart was calm. It's nothing, just playing with my pets. Only then did Yu Fan notice that each of the people who gathered around him was carrying a wild monster behind him. These wild monsters are of weird shapes, all of which Yu Fan has never seen in books. Moreover, these wild monsters gave Yu Fan a strong sense of tearing apart, which was very uncoordinated. Their eyes all shone with a faint purple light. There is something weird everywhere. What is this guy's profession? Why have I never seen it in books? Can I use Dust Hide to escape from the encirclement first? No, there's no need to go to that trouble. These monsters have purple light in their eyes, and they should be controlled by illusion. If that's the case, I can definitely use Sharingan's power to add another layer of illusion. Take control from me. Thoughts raced in Yu Fan's mind. Do you know who I am? Do you dare to attack me? Huang Sikong tried to scare the other party with his identity. The pockmarked face smiled slightly. Master Huang, there is no need to scare us, we are bandits. Do you think the bandits are afraid of the Chamber of Commerce? Huang Sikong frowned and glanced at Yu Fan next to him. He knew that Yu Fan must have a way to escape on his own. Made, fight. The storage ring between Huang Sikong's fingers shrank, and a box about the size of a trash can appeared in his hand. In the confused eyes of Yu Fan and pockmarked face, he opened the box and revealed its contents, 5 swords of different shapes. Huang Sikong took out the thinnest one among them with his right hand, then grasped its blade with his left hand and pulled it out hard. Tisk! Then he saw Huang Sikong's palms began to bleed. Yu Fan's palms felt painful. Brother Fan, don't worry about me. Huang Sikong held the thin sword, and his aura suddenly rose. Is this a blood sacrifice weapon? Yu Fan murmured, is this your method? Blood sacrifice weapons can be used only with blood sacrifice weapons, regardless of occupation or level. Weapons have their own skills. The higher the level of the user, the stronger the skills. Use weapon skills to consume a large amount of life. Use it once, and it will shorten its lifespan by at least 1 year. Some are outrageous. Use it once and send it directly. Generally, it is impossible to use blood sacrifice weapons until the moment of life and death. There are not many people like Huang Sikong who want to get into college by relying on blood sacrifice weapons. Even if you rely on it to get through and go to college, but there are only a few years left to live, what's the use? That's right, a blood sacrifice weapon. Huang Sikong looked determined. Yu Fan rolled his eyes and said to himself, Madhu, the fight hasn't started yet, what are you trying to do with your life? I didn't say I couldn't beat him. It's just like in a TV series, where the hero says, oh, heroine, you go first and I'll stop, and then the heroine says, no, we want to die together, it's just as stupid. Yu Fan hurriedly prepared to make a move, lest the second half of Mazi on the opposite side kill him first. The next moment, Yu Fan directly pushed 3 Tomo Sharingan to ultimate. Strike first. First use the roar skill stolen from the giant bull-headed beast to control the ones in front of you, then turn around and use illusions on the monsters behind you. The purple color in the eyes of the monster that looked at Yu Fan disappeared instantly. Instead there was sluggishness and confusion. What? The pockmarked face was shocked. It was just one thing that Yu Fan took action so decisively. What was more important was that he actually clearly felt that he had lost control of the 2 wild monsters. How can this be? My animal control skills have never failed. Mazi's face lost its previous calmness. He didn't dare to delay any longer, his eyes brightened with purple light. The remaining 5 wild monsters around them swarmed towards Yu Fan and Huang Sikong. Do you want to dance too? Yu Fan said calmly. I, Uchiha Madara, as the Asian dance king, do not allow you to dance. One of Yu Fan's level 20 skills is Madara Taijutsu Grandmaster. This is a passive skill that allows Yu Fan to gain Madara's physical skills. What Madara is best at is using one against many. This is the physical power of one person against the entire ninja coalition and still not falling behind. How could Yu Fan be stumped by just 5 wild monsters? In just a few dozen seconds. In a blink of an eye, Yu Fan easily removed pockmarked face's control over the remaining 5 wild monsters, and became stunned and stagnant. Giant axe slash. Yu Fan swung the Uchiha fan in a round shape. In ancient times, Grandpa Tong had a light drawing knife, but today there is Yu Fan, a light drawing fan. The innate skill of the bull-headed beast Giant Axe Slash is the strongest slashing skill at level 15. With the blessing of Uchiha's magical weapon, it explodes with unimaginable intensity. All 5 monsters were wiped out instantly. Red blood surged out wildly, and a river of blood flowed at Yu Fan's feet. Yu Fan was suddenly startled. What happened? This bright red blood. There are indeed red-blooded monsters, but there are also wood-type ones among these monsters. Why is the blood also red? There were also organs all over the floor, intestines, kidneys, lungs. Yu Fan even saw an eyeball that had shrunk a bit. Mad, what are you doing? What's happening here? Huang Sikong next to him had just slashed these monsters a few times, and now he was squatting on the ground and vomiting. Good, 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 wonderful. While Yu Fan was stunned, the pock-marked man started clapping his hands and applauding. How did you make these wild monsters of mine lose control? He asked curiously. Wild monster? Yu Fan asked coldly. The pock-marked face chuckled, squatting down to pick up a fragment of the monster. Yes, isn't it a wild monster? Then now that these wild monsters of yours are gone, what are you going to do? Are you going on your own? Quote. My classmates were joking, your profession is so powerful, how can someone like me be your opponent? Then are you giving up? Of course not. I, Tang Mazi, never return without success. Why don't you take a look at your feet? Only then did Yufan realize that the soil on the soles of his feet had become soft and had a slight stench. Huang Sikong exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" The smell of swamp combined with the strong smell of blood is simply more disgusting than fertilizer that has been fermented for a long time. A head slowly poked out from the ground at the feet of the pock-marked face, with big eyes, a tapered face, and smooth and reflective skin. This is the head of a green frog. The ground under your feet has been turned into a large methane pit by my methane frogs. The stench you smell is the stench of methane. Do you know what this means? Tang Mazi took out a lighter as if he was sure of victory. Your area is filled with swamp gas. As soon as I throw the lighter forward, boom. He opened his hand slightly to make an explosion. Huang Sikong's face turned ugly. This seemed to have become an unsolvable dead end. Haha, classmate, adventurers don't just rely on their professional strength to run rampant. He pointed at his head with a pockmarked face. You still have to rely on your brain and experience. Yufan couldn't help but laugh out loud. There are always people who think they are so smart that they treat others as fools. Since you are so experienced, let me ask you, what would you do if you were in my situation? Oh, the pock-marked face said with great interest, if it were me, I would take off my glasses and let others see my sincere eyes. In that case, how about you take off your glasses and look at my sincere eyes? Yufan said calmly. Ha ha ha. The pock-marked face laughed loudly. It's interesting. After all these years, you are still the first one to say you want to look into my eyes. I'm telling you, everyone who looks into my eyes will die in the end. Mazi took off his sunglasses with a serious look on his face. Yufan chuckled and took off his mask with one hand. No matter what the other person's eye ability is. He didn't even believe that Sharingan would lose. Tang Mazi was stunned the moment he saw Yufan's eyes. The pupils were as red as blood, and there were black patterns on them that seemed to be flowing slowly. At a glance, it seemed as if I was staring into an abyss. Are these human eyes? After being shocked for a moment, Tang Mazi's eyes flashed fiercely. No matter what, his purple demonic eyes would not lose and could not lose. The purple light in Tang Mazi's eyes seemed to be swallowing Yufan. Yufan's head felt dizzy. As expected, this pock-marked face's ability was indeed mental, and he relied on this ability to control wild monsters. There is indeed something to this purple eye skill. It can actually affect Yufan, who is fully activating Sharingan. But Sharingan has more than just illusion ability. Yufan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and he clearly saw a purple eye icon appearing in the copyable skill bar. Purple demonic eyes. Isn't this the skill of my third brother, Blue-Silver Entanglement? It actually turned into a beast-controlling skill. Yufan was surprised, and then copied this skill. Then, under Tang Mazi's shocked gaze, Yufan's eyes also emitted a dazzling purple light. Purple light and red light complement each other. What? This? How is this possible? Ah! Tang Mazi covered his eyes in pain. At this moment, his two eyes were bleeding gurglingly. Blood and tears flowed down his cheeks, and his screams were very eye-catching. Light the fire! Light the fire! Kill them! This person must not be allowed to stay. Tang Mazi lost his previous calmness and howled hysterically. Huang Mao next to him saw that something was wrong, quickly took the lighter, lit it and threw it towards Yufan. Huang Sikong, who had no idea what was going on, was shocked and rushed forward to catch the lighter, but it was too late. Pap! The lighter fell at Yufan's feet. A withered weed was ignited and crackled. The imagined explosion did not occur at all. Yufan and Huang Sikong stood where they were. Huang Mao's eyes widened. What's going on? Why didn't the biogas from the biogas frog explode? They haven't used this battle plan once or twice. Surround the enemy first, and then rely on the controlled beasts to restrain the enemy. Then let the biogas frog sneak under the enemy's feet and create a biogas pool while the enemy's attention is distracted. Finally, light a fire and burn the enemy to death. This tactic has never failed in Grand Forest. Swamp gas frog. Yufan looked at his feet. Are you talking about this little thing? At this time, the basketball-sized frog head that was at Tang Mazi's feet had appeared at Yufan's feet. Yufan knew very well that once Tang Mazi was defeated by his Sharingan, he would definitely be so angry that he would just light a fire and try to blow him and Huang Sikong to death. So the moment Yufan took off his mask, he had already activated Sharingan and seized control of the biogas frog. Start to restore the ground beneath your feet. During the tens of seconds of his pupil duel with Tang Mazi, the ground under his feet had already returned to normal. Tang Mazi forced open his bloody eyes and looked at Yufan's young face, his eyes full of fear. How on earth did you do it? Why can you also use purple demonic eyes? Is this also the ability of the profession, Black Tiger AFU? If you have this ability, how could I not have heard of this profession? You were lying. Quote. This. Yufan was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Seeing that Yufan didn't speak, Tang Mazi thought for a moment, and then whispered, let's withdraw. Now he must go back immediately and tell the people in the village about this young man. Huang Mao was a little dissatisfied. Why, we have more people, so we may not be unable to win. The advantage is mine. Snapped. Tang Mazi slapped Huang Mao with a big mouth, but you still have the advantage. You don't understand the situation at all. I said, it doesn't make sense to want to leave right after the fight, right? Yufan said, funny, how can it make sense not to lick the bag after winning? I've given you the swamp frogs, what else do you want? If there's a fight, there are 7 of us, and you may not get a good deal. Tang Mazi frowned. Oh, just because you guys with stinky sweet potatoes and rotten bird eggs can block me for a few seconds, you should know it. What did you say? Huang Mao immediately became unhappy. But before he could make the next move, Yufan took out the Uchiha fan, rounded it and gave it to him. The huge wind blew him away and hit a tree in the distance. His head tilted and he fell unconscious. If he can still survive, this big fight will definitely leave a huge shadow on his life. Yufan looked at Tang Mazi and said nothing. It was obvious that you guys are at this level. What do you want? I want to know the secret of your purple demonic eyes skill. Take me to your base camp and collect some mental damage fees by the way. Yufan is not afraid that there are high-level experts among them. If there were, there would be no need for Zhang Mazi and the others to go to such trouble. The most important thing is that it is impossible for Luo City officials to allow high-level experts to operate here. In other words, little shrimps in their 20s and 30s are too lazy to care. Don't even think about it. Tang Mazi's reaction was very intense. Sure enough, there is a problem. Yufan raised his eyebrows. Generally speaking, when a skill is copied, the skill will be marked with the skill of the profession or the skill of the monster. But just now I copied Tang Mazi's purple demonic eyes, but there was no mark on it. Even the skills given by these systems are marked. It's a ninja type. So where does this powerful mind control skill come from? Yufan must figure this out. There is undoubtedly only one thing that travelers fear and look forward to the most. Just meet another time traveler. This purple magic pupil skill is so special, who knows if it was given by another time traveler's system. Half a minute later, of Tang Mazi's group, only one little chubby boy, not much older than Yufan, was left standing, while the others were all lying on the ground unconscious. It's a pity that we couldn't catch the guy Wang. He should have ran away as soon as he saw the situation was not going well. What about you? Do you want to lie here and wait to be eaten by wild monsters, or do you want to take me to your base camp? What are you talking about? Where are you? Don't kill me. In the Monkey Valley, in the Monkey Valley. Monkey Valley, isn't that a coincidence? We happen to be on the way, let's go, lead the way. Yufan acted like a bandit. I will go to your base camp community to send warmth. Don't worry, I promise not to take any needle or thread from you. Well, everything except a needle and thread. Exploding the sky and setting off for battle, not even a blade of grass will grow. The 3 people soon arrived at the entrance of Monkey Valley. You go ahead. I know there are a lot of wooden monkeys in Monkey Valley. Don't play any tricks on me. Yufan pushed Xiaopongdan to the front. Don't dare. I don't dare to be careful. Xiaopongdan was still in the shadow of Yufan killing 6 of them, and kept making promises. He took Yufan and Huang Sikong on a hidden path in the Monkey Valley, going left and right. The noisy calls of monkeys can be heard all around. But the monkeys did not find them. As he went deeper, Yufan could vaguely smell the strong smell of blood and the stench of rotten protein filling the air. Even if it was Huang Sikong, his face became more and more gloomy. After walking for another 5 minutes, a small-looking hill appeared in front of several people. There is a cave about 2 meters high at the bottom of the hill, with a rusty madara door at the entrance. The ground outside the door was covered with drag marks, many of which were black. The black part is undoubtedly the dried bloodline. Yufan's eyes were cold. He didn't know what the hell these guys were doing here, but one thing was certain, it was definitely not something that could see the light of day. Yufan walked to the door and pulled out the Uchiha fan, activated giant axe slash, and directly removed the entire door. There were no guards at the gate, which showed that this group of people was not good at all. Behind the door is a corridor leading underground. The corridor was extremely dark, with no sunlight coming in and no lights. The stairs in the corridor are covered with moss, but the color is very dark, not ordinary green, more like black. Under the leadership of Xiao Pengdun, the three of them walked slowly down. As the depth becomes deeper, not only the light is gradually disappearing, but also the sounds of monkeys outside are slowly disappearing. Gradually, the only sound of the three people's footsteps could be heard in the entire corridor. The terrible silence lasted for about 5 minutes. Indescribable noises began to be heard from the front of the corridor, as well as an increasingly strong smell of blood. Screams and whimpering came one after another. This kind of whimpering is not the kind of whimpering caused by injury and pain. It was a sound of despair that had gone through a long period of torture and had given up hope for the future. There is no heartbreak, only weakness. Yufan winked at Huang Sikong and silently took out the Uchiha fan. The end of the corridor suddenly opened up, as big as 4 or 5 basketball courts put together. Even though Yufan was mentally prepared, he never expected to see such a shocking scene. What was displayed in front of him was an extremely huge, doll manufacturing factory. It's just that the raw materials for sewing are not cotton and cloth, but countless wild monsters and people. Several people wearing red coats were walking back and forth among them. They brought the monsters' organs, eyeballs, limbs and other things to an experimental table. There were some half-dead people lying on the experimental table. They use extremely crude methods to combine those things with people. Someone next to me was taking notes with a pen. Tang Mazi is back. How much gain did you get this time? A woman wearing glasses spoke without looking up. Hearing her voice, Yufan's brows jumped sharply. This woman has a strong accent, and this accent is very familiar to Yufan. It's an accent similar to, "He who smokes is a hero," without the tongue wagging and third tone. "Nima, Neon Man," I said, "what are you doing here?" Yufan's voice was cold. The bespectacled girl realized something was wrong. The people who came in didn't seem to be Tang Mazi and his party. She raised her face and looked at Yufan and others. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" The woman has a very standard neon face. To put it bluntly, she looks like a combination of Hado-sensei and Zenin-sensei. "Sakura, Miss Sakurai, he killed Boss Tang." Xiao Pengdun stammered. "What did you say?" The woman named Sakurai's pupils shrank suddenly. "Tang Mazi is dead." "What? Then what do we do?" "I just said don't let him go out to rob the road. It's over now." The woman's words stirred up a stir, and all the people in long coats put down their work and stared at the unkind Yufan. What surprised Yufan was that except for the woman who spoke with an accent, the rest of the people actually spoke very standard Longguo dialect, and some even had authentic Luocheng dialect accents. They are all from the Dragon Kingdom. "Ms. Sakurai, catch this guy first. He must pay the price." The crowd became excited. The Japanese woman's eyes are filled with purple light, and it's purple demonic eyes again. But compared to Tang Mazi's purple demonic eyes, this Japanese woman's is much stronger. Yufan immediately felt dizzy, as if he had drank several beers. "But that's all. HMPH, do you know this skill?" Yufan said disdainfully. "What a pity, Lousy can also do your amazing skills." Purple demonic eyes plus 3 Tomo Sharingan. 3 Tomo Sharingan already possesses the power of illusion, which complements the mental control of purple demon eyes and can enhance each other. "If you want to control me, you have to ask my Sharingan if he agrees." Dark red light and pure purple light collided together. After only a few seconds of stalemate, the dark red light overwhelmed them. "Yeah," the Japanese woman groaned in pain, then closed her eyes. This feeling, Why do you have purple devil eyes? She closed her eyes in disbelief. Then a flash of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. Can you use both professional skills and purple magic pupils? Purple demonic eyes. How is this possible? Doesn't that mean our experiment has been successful? But he hasn't changed his eyes, so how can he have purple devil eyes? Whatever, Miss Sakurai said he can be used, our plan has been successful. This group of people suddenly broke away from their previous depression and began to become extremely excited. Yufan didn't know what these people were excited about, so he directly activated his roar skill to force them to quiet down. To be honest, I actually think I can burn this cave to the ground right now. The pupil power added by killing people is much more than that of monsters. But I still decided to give you a chance to quibble. Why are you so arrogant? A grumpy researcher standing by the wall was very unhappy with Yufan's attitude. There are so many of us here. Although our professions are a bit inferior, do you think you can really defeat so many of us? Don't interrupt. Yufan threw out a kunai, and the huge force penetrated his shoulder directly, pinning him to the wall. This is Master Madara's taijutsu. The kunai flies so fast that this researcher can't react at all. Next time, it's nailed to the head, Yufan said coldly. So, these people are all death row prisoners. That's right. What about these women? Yufan pointed to the pregnant woman in a cage not far away, locked with the blue-eyed ape demon. These women are a child trafficking gang. The total number of children they have trafficked is not 1,000 but 500. But Tang Mazi is out there trying to kill us, how do you explain it? Generally speaking, they only steal money and don't harm people's lives. Then you mean I killed a good person by mistake? No, Jia Dao, there's nothing to say about being killed. Yufan thought for a moment. So what if what you say is true? Even if these people deserve to die, it's not your turn to kill them, Neon Woman. Do you believe I locked you up with those blue-eyed ape demons? Just call me Sakurai Kamaka. The woman didn't care about Yufan's threats at all. So, what exactly are you experimenting with? Sakurai Kamaka put her face that looked very much like Hadao-sensei in front of Yufan. We're going to make profession disappear. Quote, let career disappear. Quote, yes, all skills can be learned by everyone. This is only fair, isn't it? Why do some people become superior and strong after awakening to a good profession? This is not fair at all, don't you think so? Yufan looked into the fiery eyes of the woman in front of him. Without profession, there will be no fairness. It is not profession that makes society unfair, but the human desire to be superior to others that makes society unfair. Quote, Sakurai Kamaka was stunned. She didn't know why Yufan said such words. Maybe you're right, but it's certainly fairer than it is now, isn't it? Then how do you plan to make the profession disappear? Relying on the power of purple demonic eyes. Next, Sakurai Kamaka roughly explained their group's plan to Yufan. To put it simply, if humans transplant the eyes of blue-eyed demon apes, if they can avoid blindness, they will gain the skill purple demon eyes. When the blue-eyed demonic ape uses this skill, he can imprint the innate skills he has mastered into the eyes of other creatures so that other creatures can master them. Based on this, it is conceivable that when humans possess the purple demon eye skill, they may be able to burn their professional skills into the eyes of others, so that that person can also use the skills. What a great change this is in this world dominated by professions and skills, it is foreseeable. They currently have two biggest problems. First, the success rate of eye transplantation for blue-eyed devil apes is low. Secondly, those who successfully obtain the purple demonic eyes skill will lose the skills of their original profession. This is the case for Sakurai Kamaka and Kara Asako. The ultimate goal of all their experiments here is to overcome these two obstacles. The existence of Yufan successfully overcomes these two problems. First, Yufan obtained purple demon eyes without transplanting the eyes of the blue-eyed demon ape. Second, Yufan has not lost his professional skills. If you are willing to help us test it, we can give you how to burn skills. What do you think? Sakurai Kamaka asked. To be honest, Yufan was very excited. This is a way to make a lot of money. You know, how many berserkers in the Dragon Kingdom want the skill, lightsaber mastery. If you can do it yourself, they will probably give you whatever it takes. After all, Using a lightsaber is every berserker's dream. What will you do if you succeed? Take the method to Neon. You don't have to worry about this. I have already said that to be fair, of course, we must make the whole world fair. Sakurai Kamaka said firmly. Yufan doesn't know why she is so obsessed with fairness, but it must be related to her own career. Okay, I agree. Sakurai Koger turned around and took out a black envelope, opened it solemnly, and handed it to Yufan's hand. Yufan took a few glances and saw the process instructions on how to use the purple demonic eyes rubbing skill. The process is not difficult. To put it bluntly, it is to enter other people's mental world, and then simulate the use of skills so that the skills are mapped in other people's minds. What do you mean, start directly? Well, you can just experiment on me. Sakurai Kamaka said firmly. What skills are carved into you? Try the skills you use to copy purple demonic eyes first. This is very important. This. Yufan used Sharingan to copy purple demonic eyes. Can Sharingan really be burned into it? Okay, I'll try. Yufan activates the purple demon eyes and enters the spiritual world of Sakurai Kamaka. Then, follow the process to burn your own, 3 Tomo Sharingan, into it. Sakurai Kamaka's body began to twitch visibly to the naked eye, as if it was electrified. Within a few seconds, Sakurai's eyes and nose began to bleed. And the projection of Sharingan has not yet formed in her spiritual world. Yufan stopped. This is to be expected. Even in the world of Hokage, Sharingan relies on blood rather than learning. Yufan suspected that while he was learning this skill, his body had been modified by the system, so he could obtain Sharingan. It took Sakurai Kamaka a full 10 minutes to recover. Her face was so ugly that she couldn't record it. Try other skills again. Yufan glanced at her without any sympathy for her. This woman was cruel to others and also to herself. Start burning again. This time Yufan burns a simple clone technique. This time it went very smoothly, and the recording was completed in an instant. Success, Yufan said calmly. Sakurai Shaomaki also knew that she had succeeded. She swept away her previous decadence and stood up excitedly. Clone technique activate. The next moment, 3 Sakurai Kamaka stood in front of Yufan. Of course, only the middle one is tangible, the other 2 are just phantoms. Success. We made it. Ha ha ha, the world is going to change. It's just one step away, it's just one step away, it's really possible. The entire research room instantly boiled and began to party. Amidst the broken limbs, these researchers hugged each other, cheered, and some even kissed each other. Don't be too happy too early, Yufan said calmly. Sakurai Kamaka looked at Yufan with some confusion. Would you like to try it again? Use it again. Sakurai Kamaka formed a hand seal, but there was no reaction. Why? How could this happen? Her eyes widened and she was at a loss. I just discovered when I was burning that there are 2 restrictions on the skill burning of purple demonic eyes. First, only one skill can be burned into one eye. Second, the active skill engraved on it can only be used once. Yufan said calmly. He could feel the temperature of the entire research room dropping crazily as he spoke. Many people's expressions have frozen. So, your goal is impossible to achieve. Yufan concluded without mercy. No, this is impossible. I have been researching for more than 20 years, and you actually say no. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Some people cannot bear the blow from great joy to great sorrow and begin to collapse. Just kill me. Sakurai Kamaka lowered his head and said dejectedly. For 8 years, she had been living with these broken limbs and rotting flesh every day. She wasted the best years of her life, but these were all meaningless, and she couldn't accept it. Yufan shook his head. Huang Sikong, let's go. This burning method may be of use to you. Now Yufan is going out to upgrade and evolve Sharingan. The fire lit up in the cave behind me. This is the dust hide Yufan released before leaving the cave. There were explosions and screams. Human experimentation, no matter what the purpose or the people used, does not make it legitimate. As for Sakurai Kamaka, this neon woman must die. Who knows what the silly little neon's plan is? Yufan used an illusion on her before leaving. She couldn't move. Dust hide could blow her into pieces. And it's not just this neon woman. Yu Fan simply doesn't believe that this guy can openly obtain so many death row prisoners in the Dragon Kingdom without the secret help of the Dragon Kingdom's senior officials. This kind of guy is hiding in the Dragon Kingdom. It is a tumor that may spread at any time. It is best to remove it as soon as possible. By then, if Yu Fan can find this guy, I have to ask him to eat at Tsukuyomi. Let him be subjected to human experiments in Tsukuyomi forever for decades, and see if he still dares to do so. As for her research results, things that were made through experiments with people from the Dragon Kingdom can of course only be used by the Dragon Kingdom. If this purple demonic eye is used well, it will definitely greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the strong men in the Dragon Kingdom. In the future, when I grow up, I will possess various powerful ninjutsu, which can be burned into the eyes of others. By taking it by surprise, it can definitely hit the opponent hard. Huang Sikong, you are saved. Ah, what do you mean I'm saved? Huang Sikong was a little confused. He was also nearby the experiment that Yu Fan and the Japanese woman did just now. After the skill is successfully burned, it can only be used once. What's the use of it? The pock-marked person I fought with before could achieve extraordinary combat power by only using purple demonic eyes to control beasts. I think you can do the same. Wah, what do you mean? Huang Sikong was shocked and made a guess. Can I use the purple demonic eyes skill for a long time? Yu Fan touched his chin. Normally it won't work, but I have a guess. If the skill is burned into your sky eye, it can be used repeatedly. Although there is only one skill, as long as you can use this purple demonic eyes skill. Then find a few more powerful beasts and it will definitely be more than enough for the college entrance examination. Yu Fan has also copied the skill Celestial Eye check before. He has some understanding of this so-called Celestial Eye, and somehow he feels that it can work. Real, Huang Sikong was overjoyed. Subsequently, the two of them tried it, and as Yu Fan expected, they successfully burned the purple demonic eyes into Huang Sikong's eyes. Wow, boss, I'm so excited, I can fight too. Huang Sikong held Yu Fan in tears and cried loudly. When my father dies in the future, I will definitely give the Bayota Chamber of Commerce to you, really. What Huang Sikong said was sincere. This left Yu Fan speechless for a while. How much you were looking forward to your father's death. Don't wait until your father dies, you can start working now. Huh, what kind of work do you do? Yu Fan smiled slightly, and 4 swamp frogs poked their heads out of the soil at their feet. One belonged to Tang Mazi, and the other 3 had just arrived from Sakurai Kamaka's research laboratory. Use biogas to cover the entire Monkey Valley. Purple demonic eyes is essentially mental control. The stronger your mental power is, the stronger your control power will be, and the greater the amount you can control. The stronger the opponent's mental power, the more difficult it is to control. This is why Tang Mazi can control so many beasts but cannot control Yu Fan. Because Yu Fan has the blessing of Sharingan, his mental strength is not comparable to that of ordinary professionals. With Huang Sikong's level 20 mental strength, plus the fact that he wants to use purple demonic eyes and open his heavenly eye. Only being able to control these 4 swamp frogs is the limit. When he reaches level 25, he may be able to control 5 wild monsters at the same time. In fact, Yu Fan originally planned to use fire-style dust hide to burn down the entire Monkey Valley bit by bit. But no more now. Yu Fan and Huang Sikong worked 2 shifts, each controlling the situation for 10 hours. Let 4 biogas frogs work for 20 hours a day and then rest for 4 hours. I estimate this will take half a month. The entire Monkey Valley can be filled with biogas. More than half a month later, Yu Fan was lying on a hilltop to rest. Brother Fan, it's all done. Huang Sikong rushed up from below in disgrace. He hadn't taken a shower for half a month and was still sweating every day. He already had a sour smell on his body. Of course, Yu Fan wasn't much better. Is it finally over? Yu Fan stretched. I worked 10 hours a day and slept in the open. Even when I was a social worker in my previous life, I had never been so tired. However, it's finally time to harvest. Let's go. Where to go? Don't you want to light a fire? Do you know how big a piece of land we have taken? If we light a fire here, we will risk our lives. On a small mountain peak south of Monkey Valley, Yufan has already released more than 10 fire-style dust hidden towards the valley below. At this moment, the valley is not only filled with the methane produced by the methane frogs, but also filled with high-temperature gas hidden in the dust. As long as Yufan sprays out a great fireball, the entire Monkey Valley will instantly turn into a sea of fire. The wooden monkeys in the valley were still making noises, seemingly very dissatisfied with the sudden odor and dust. Completely unaware of his situation, Yufan took out Obito's white mask from the system space and put it on. This mask has no mouth. Yufan raised his mask a little, took a deep breath, and activated fire-style Great Fireball. Fire instantly shot up into the sky. The sound of increased pupil power began to sound in Yufan's ears crazily. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. That's probably how it feels when store owners leave payment codes and their phones keep ringing. Not only the power of the eyes, but also the massive amount of experience surged into Yufan and Huang Sikong's bodies. In just a few dozen seconds, Yufan upgraded 2 levels, reaching level 23, and his experience continued to increase. Time passes little by little. The fire in Monkey Valley kept burning from morning to night. At this moment, the fire in some places has been extinguished, leaving only a scorched black ground. The blackened corpse of the wooden monkey was mixed with the charcoal, making it difficult to distinguish. Looking at my masterpiece below, the first thought in Yufan's mind was, if this were the case in my previous life, I would have been shot 10 times. Congratulations on raising the host level to level 28. Congratulations to the host whose pupil power has reached 3000. The Mangekyō Sharingan has been opened. You have obtained the power of Susanna. Please purchase the Mangekyō skills in the mall. If you want to further upgrade to Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and unlock the complete Susanna, please increase the pupil power to 10,000 and reach level 50. The message unlocked by Mangekyō Sharingan sounded in my mind. Recharge points, 1,400 points. By the left and right eye pairs Kamui. Yufan said in his mind. Currently I have 14 million. After recharging, including the initial 600 points, there are exactly 2,000 points. The priority of the double Kamui is the highest, it can be used offensively and defensively, and there is still space to use, which is very convenient. Now Yufan's strength has reached a very terrifying level. On the one hand, he has acquired Madara's level 25 skill, Great Fire Extinguishing. Madara is good at using the fire-style ninjutsu, spitting out a flame as big as seawater in front of him, with a very wide range. When Madara used this skill, he had to force the entire ninja alliance to use water-style water barrier to block it, which shows how overbearing this move is. And Uchiha Rebound, a skill that must be used in conjunction with the Uchiha Fan. It can turn all radioactive skills into wind style and bounce them back. On the other hand, Sharingan evolved into Mangekyō Sharingan, possessing 2 god-tier skills, Susanoo and Kamui. As long as you go back and sell the equipment exploded in the Monkey Valley, you can buy the magic weapon Amaterasu. With these skills, in the college entrance examination, neither Yu-kun nor Meijiba could be Yufan's opponent. It's almost done. Let's go down and pick up the equipment. There seem to be several pieces of purple equipment. Then I'll try my luck in the middle of the Grand Forest and see if I can get a few Lord-level wild monsters to use as mounts. I'll get a few more suitable ones for you to take the college entrance examination. As soon as Yufan finished speaking, an angry roar exploded in the Monkey Valley. Roar! A huge stone man 4 to 5 meters tall stood up from the mud. There is also a small house on top of it, and a wooden monkey that is much larger than an ordinary wooden monkey stands in front of the small house with red eyes. It's the wild boss, Yanjia Giant and Wooden Monkey Lord. Iwaka Giant is the upgraded form of Rock Giant. Generally speaking, rock giants are bosses in the wild that live alone. But there will also be some individuals who are naturally willing to cooperate with other powerful wild monsters. They will serve as homes or vehicles for these individuals. The wild monsters living on the body of the Yanji giant provide powerful firepower. The two cooperate with each other to greatly enhance combat effectiveness, achieving the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. It is one of the strongest wild boss in Grand Forest. After all, this is actually equivalent to a combination of 2 boss. At this time, the Monkey King on the Yan family giant was looking around. His eyes were red, his eyes were about to burst, and a deep roar kept sounding in his throat. Its performance is very reasonable. From its perspective, I just stayed in my own bedroom and slept. When he woke up, hundreds of his wives and children were all burned to death. His own territory was also burned down. When the rock giant rests, it will dive underground. The exposed parts are disguised as ordinary stones to ensure their own safety. As the Monkey King stayed inside and slept, he naturally couldn't notice any abnormalities in the outside world. Yu Fan said that this Monkey King is really incompetent and only cares about himself. If Yu Fan is not mistaken, there is a female monkey in that small house. In broad daylight, I only care about my own happiness, and I don't know if my territory is being attacked. Isn't this a complete fool? Brother Fan, let's go, these two guys are not easy to mess with. Huang Sikong looked at the furious Monkey King and shrank his neck. Leave, it's already delivered to your door, so why would you leave? Yu Fan took out the Uchiha fan and said, you stand here and wait, I'll collect it. As soon as the Wooden Monkey Lord saw Yu Fan, he directly activated his natural skill, Wooden Cannon. Almost all wild monsters have a consensus. That's it, humans are the enemies of wild monsters. Seeing Yu Fan suddenly appear in front of him, Monkey Akoku immediately believed that Yu Fan was the murderer of this incident, and began to vent his anger to Yu Fan. Wooden Cannon is a skill that Wooden Monkey evolved after becoming a lord. It is essentially the same as the wooden arrow, except that the fired object changes from a small arrow to a cannonball, and its power is greatly enhanced. For this reason, something like a cannon barrel will evolve on the arm of the Lord Wood Monkey, which is very strange. The shells roared in. Uchiha bounces back. Yu Fan hits the Uchiha fan and hits a home run. Wooden Cannon is, to put it bluntly, a cannonball formed from energy, and is within the scope of application of Uchiha Rebound. A hurricane suddenly erupted from the fan and blew towards the Wooden Monkey Lord. But the Wooden Monkey Lord relied entirely on the Yanjia Giant, and almost all of his wind style blew on the Yanjia Giant. The Yanjia Giant is huge, and with the energy of the wooden cannon it is impossible to blow it. Seeing that Yu Fan had diffused his attack so easily, Lord Wooden Monkey was so angry that he scratched his head, screaming. After a single blow to no avail, the Wooden Monkey Lord raised his arm and fired several wooden cannons in succession, trying to win through sheer force. Looking at the brown cannonballs flying all over the sky, Yu Fan didn't dodge at all, he jumped up and caught the cannonball in his face. The Wooden Monkey Lord showed a very human and cruel smile on his face. He knew very well how powerful his wooden cannon was. If it hit a human on the head, he would definitely die. But the next second, its smile solidified, because it found that the cannonball seemed to have a bug and actually passed through Yu Fan's body. There was no impact or explosion at all. The Wooden Monkey Lord couldn't figure out what happened even if he tried to break his monkey brain. Just now, Yu Fan activated the Kamui ability of Brother Two's right eye and transferred the part of his head to the Kamui space. The wooden cannon did not touch anything at all, so it naturally would not explode. This skill is a life-saving skill that is even more useful than hollow from the Logia fruit. As long as you don't attack, thousands of troops can come and take it freely. Not to mention these wooden cannons. After passing through the fire net of artillery shells, the distance between Yu Fan and the Wooden Monkey Lord was no more than 100 meters. Purple demonic eyes. Yu Fan directly activated the purple demon eyes, trying to control the Wooden Monkey Lord. The moment he saw the purple light, the Wooden Monkey Lord's body shook a few times, then he opened his eyes suddenly and broke away from Yu Fan's control. Hiss, the Lord's wild monsters really do have something. Sure enough, they still need to be defeated, right? Yu Fan failed to succeed with one attack and planned to retreat first. If you directly use the left eye Kamui, it is easy to kill it directly. Yu Fan planned to capture it to work. But the Wooden Monkey Lord seemed to think this was an opportunity, but had no intention of letting Yu Fan retreat. He stomped the Yanjia Giant under his feet. The Yanjia Giant understood this and stamped his right foot on the ground, making a loud, bang, sound. His entire huge body exploded out and headed towards the top of Mount Yu Fan. What a fool, boss! Huang Sikong, who was watching the battle from a distance, had his heart raised in his throat. The body of this giant from the Yan family was as big as a toilet and weighed at least several pounds. He was so crushed that he couldn't even survive, not to mention his whole body. Looking at the Yan family giant who dared to jump up, Yu Fan, who originally planned to continue using Kamui Hollow to escape, suddenly changed his mind. Thought you were big, huh? Laozi's Gundam is above you. Susano. Yu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, and blue light shone brightly all over his body. The bones were stacked up quickly like building blocks, finally forming what looked like a half-skeleton. Although he is only a half-finished Susan, his size is far greater than that of the Iowa family giant. Susan stretched out his left arm and firmly grabbed the Iwaka giant in midair like a chicken. Then slap it on the ground from top to bottom. Are you convinced? Yu Fan looked down at the Yan family giant. The Yan family giant wanted to get up, but Yu Fan slapped him to the ground again. The Yanjia giant stood up again, and Yu Fan continued to slap it on the ground. Are you convinced? Are you convinced? Are you convinced? Are you convinced? This continued for more than a dozen times before it fell to the ground and could not get up. Wouldn't it be over if we surrendered earlier? But Yu Fan paused when he was halfway through his words, because he found that the Yan family giant seemed to have been split open by him. The sound of pata pata kept coming from the Yanjia giant's body. A crack quickly spread upward from the Yan family giant's crotch to the top of his head. With a bang, the Yan family giant was completely broken into two halves. Just when Yu Fan was feeling regretful, a small Yanjia giant stood up from inside. Ah, what the hell is this? Molting or giving birth? Yu Fan was confused for a moment. He had never seen this situation in the book. Schools also don't teach how the rock giants reproduce. Oh, forget it, it's pretty much the same anyway. Yu Fan used purple demonic eyes to control the unruly wood monkey lord and the small Yanjia giant who were photographed. Finish and call it a day. Yu Fan put away Susan and landed on the ground. Holy shit, it really isn't Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. My eyes are so sore. Yu Fan rubbed his eyes with his hands. Now his eyes looked like he'd been playing games all night. It was sore and swollen, and it felt as if there were pebbles in my eyes. It seems that it is better to use less Mangekyō, so as not to go blind before opening the Eternal Mangekyō. Holy crap, what was that huge skeleton just now? So big. With just one shot, the Yan family giant was knocked to the ground. Oh my god. When the Yan family giant pounced on me, I was scared to death. Moreover, how did you let Lord Wooden Monkey's cannon pass directly through your body? Huang Sikong was a little incoherent. I said, boss, it's time to tell me what your profession is. Yu Fan was lying comfortably on the head of the Yan family's giant baby with his eyes closed and resting. Huang Sikong was walking below and asked. It's not that Yu Fan didn't let him sit, it's mainly that this small Yanjia giant is not big enough and can only seat one person. At the beginning, the wooden monkey lord also habitually climbed on the head of the Yanjia giant but was kicked down by Yu Fan. Hearing Huang Sikong's question, Yu Fan touched his chin. Everyone would know about this during the college entrance examination anyway, so it didn't matter if he told him. Moreover, I will definitely publish my skills to make money in the future and form a ninja organization. I really need close friends to help me manage it. As the son of the Chamber of Commerce, Huang Sikong has been influenced by it since he was a child, so he is a good candidate. After making up his mind, Yu Fan tentatively said, I want to say that I am a ninja professional, do you believe it? Quote. Ah, ninja, how can a ninja be so strong? Huang Sikong said in surprise. I want to say that I developed these skills myself, do you believe it? Believe it, of course I believe it. Huang Sikong said without hesitation, he has seen Yu Fan's various abilities. If you don't believe it at this time, when will you believe it? Then tell me, what should I do if I want to publish these ninja skills to make money? Looking at it now, I can only hang it at the Chamber of Commerce. Huang Sikong thought for a moment and said, how much money can you get from hanging in the Chamber of Commerce? It's divided into 30 and 70. Why is it only 70%? 70% belongs to the Chamber of Commerce. Getting 30% depends on the Chamber of Commerce's face. Whose face? Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce. I worked so hard to develop my skills just to see the Chamber of Commerce's face. Right. I have finally developed a skill that has benefited all ninjas in the Dragon Kingdom. I still have to look at the face of their Chamber of Commerce. Quote. Right. Then am I no longer a beggar on my knees? Then you have to say that asking the Chamber of Commerce to sell skills for you is really just kneeling down to beg for food. That's it. How many people want to kneel down, but they still can't develop skills? Is this how your Chamber of Commerce makes money? Brother Fan, you've gone too far. This is what my dad did and it has nothing to do with me. If I become the president, I promise to help you develop skills for free right away. Post skills. Then tell me, with my current situation, how can I make money standing up? Stand and make money. Huang Sikong fell into deep thought. For a long time. Boss, do you plan to expose your strength during the college entrance examination? Why hide it? Of course, you can score as many points as you can. That'll be easy. How to say, when the college entrance examination is over and the school leaders come to win over you, you will put forward conditions and directly establish a ninja guild. At that time, it won't matter whether it meets the regulations or not. The regulations are set by the big guys. If they say it's okay, then it's okay. As long as you have a professional guild, you can get most of the income, and you only need to pay a little bit of tax. Besides, becoming the president also gives you status, so you can kill two birds with one stone. Huang Sikong is very excited now because he can fight now. After he finishes the college entrance examination and slaps his father hard in the face, they will definitely be eager to ask him to tell him how to fight. Then he would definitely not be able to betray Yu Fan, and he would have to let his father, uncle, and second uncle worry about it. Thinking about that scene, he felt so happy. What a great idea. Yu Fan sat up, as expected of the young master of Baoda Guild. In the future, when I become the guild president, you will help me manage the guild. The benefits will be yours. Yu Fan thought for a moment. We should have one Aurora sword left before, right? Give me. Quote. Yeah, what's wrong? Huang Sikong handed the lightsaber to Yu Fan. Yu Fan took the lightsaber and looked at Huang Sikong and smiled. Then, with a buzz sound, the lightsaber took shape. The sharp light was a bit more domineering than the one Mangekyō used before. When Mangekyō used the lightsaber before, Yu Fan had secretly copied this skill. At that time, he never thought that there would be something like purple demonic eyes that could burn skills. Just in time to use it. Huang Sikong could fit an egg into his mouth. How? What the hell are you doing? Boss, how could you? At this time, the previous memories suddenly came to Huang Sikong's mind. Roar giant axe / these skills belong to the giant bull-headed beast. Boss, is it possible for you to copy other people's skills? Huang Sikong finally came to his senses, but because the incident was so shocking, he still couldn't believe it. Copying skills is too unreasonable. Do you still remember the effect of the purple demonic eyes skill burning? Remember, you can only use it once. But what if the burn skill is a passive skill? For example, lightsaber grandmaster. What do you mean? Huang Sikong had already vaguely guessed what Yu Fan was going to say. Yu Fan's eyes flashed with purple light, and he had completed recording the skill in Huang Sikong's eyes. Then, Yu Fan threw the Aurora sword to Huang Sikong. Huang Si rushed to the lightsaber, and in the next moment, the sword blade made of light was formed. Oh my god, I never thought I would be able to wield a lightsaber one day. Huang Sikong quickly waved the lightsaber in his hand, and it was hard to say anything excited. Boss, you are too kind to me, Hey, you guys, don't do this to me. Work hard from now on. With your other eye, if we find any powerful passive skills in the future, we will help you burn them into it. Yu Fan drew a pie for Huang Sikong. It must be said that drawing a pie was really a good way to manage his younger brother and make him loyal. Of course, the premise is that you really want to eat the pie after drawing it. You can't keep drawing a serious illness and refuse to eat even one bite. Then others are not fools either. The strength of the professions in the early stage largely depends on the difference in weapons. Just like a fighter's glove is hardly more powerful than a ghost swordsman's sword. Only in the later stages, when there are more skills, weapons only look at attribute bonuses. Only then will these gaps be gradually narrowed. Huang Sikong can now use the lightsaber. It can be said that with this alone, he has crushed many second-rate professions. Coupled with the beast-controlling ability of purple demonic eyes. Biogas frog plus rock giant plus wooden monkey lord. It's no problem to beat Meijiba. That woman named Yu Yanran may regret it. Oops, there's a show to watch. Yu Fan's melon-eating soul burned brightly. The two of them walked towards the center of the grand forest while chatting, planning to take a stroll and then go back. Suddenly, a rough voice came from the dense forest nearby. My sister-in-law, there are not enough people. We can't enter this warrior-level abyss at all. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.